also must begin to ask people questions who are supposed to be accountable, why they have been negligent in some of these areas.
Yeah, that story we're talking about is on the Nature News, where Shehu of Borno demands probe of Alua Dam collapse, devastating floods and all that. Still on that Nature News, we have Dan Tata Dangote boost Borno flood relief fund with 2.5 billion naira. And once I read that, I just remembered what happened during COVID, where private individuals were contributing money, private companies were contributing money for this COVID relief materials and all that. And then governors kept these things and began to share them during their birthdays or during campaigns and all that. And it worries me, this money that has come, will they be accountable? The same thing we're talking about right now. 2.5 billion is quite some sum, and where is it going? What are they going to do with it and all that? I get worried sometimes when money is just given and no monitoring is done to make sure that this money is used for what it is supposed to be used.
You are quite right. I think it's part of the accountability that we have. I think yesterday or thereabout, during the campaign rallies for the governorship election in Edo State and all that, some parties came to accuse the governor, the incumbent governor, Obaseki, even though he has denied it, that certain funds that are made available to him for certain things released in the state, he ordered it and then begin to dish it out, giving the people the impression that the financial assistance was coming from his estate, whereas that assistance came from the federal level and some other good-spirited individuals. Well, this is sometimes what the politicians will do. They personalize these things. They make this thing look like a kind of personal gesture from them. And then they begin to do philanthropy with somebody else's resources and what have you. I think with the assistance of the media, and then with the issues that the Shehu of Borno has begun to raise, it will be difficult this time around for anybody to mismanage whatever monies are contributed or raised by the federal government, by the state government, and the private individuals that began to do massive donations for those who are affected by the flood in Borno State will not go the way it ought not to go at the end of the day. Vigilance, accountability, and the people who are supposed to be beneficiaries of this fund must themselves exercise a very high spirit of vigilance and be prepared to hold the people accountable and to ensure that these monies are made available to the people of Borno State who have been badly affected by this flooding. In fact, Senator Ndume has come out to say that a certain group of people from certain sections of the country who are traders and businessmen and who have shops in some of the major streets in Maiduguri and other parts of Borno State and all that have been the ones that have been terribly affected by this flooding. That most of their businesses have been destroyed. So we should be able to help such people to sustain their business, give them little compensation for what has been destroyed, and then a kind of moral booster for them to be able to live a comfortable life in the midst of this, in the midst of this flood pandemic.
It's a problem in Nigeria where we don't have data. We don't even know who is who. I won't be shocked if we find out that some people who are not even indigenous of Borno will be the ones who will benefit this relief materials that will be given. We already had a story of some people who were falsely representing those who were affected by this flood, making away with a lot of things that were supposed to be for the flood victims. People who were not affected at all are the ones that are now going to collect relief materials, and also because of that, the process is being slowed down. I don't know how we can continue like this in this country without data and not thinking about data just because of political gains, because everybody wants to inflate figures from his locality so that he will get more money and all that. I don't know how we can continue this.
Well, in that respect, it won't be the federal government or the state government that will be blaming. Then we will blame ourselves as a citizen. If citizens behave in such an unpatriotic manner, then you begin to ask, where lies their humanity in this kind of a situation? This is not an occasion that you begin to make capital or you begin to profit from the misfortunes of a fellow citizen. But times without number, we have seen this happen. And not just when there are disasters of the money. We see it in the area of politics, in which projects and which funds that are meant for the development of certain particular localities are diverted to other places and what have you. Look at what we've been reading in the paper with regards to constituency allowance. You read in the papers and in other media situations in which these lights which are supposed to be, for example, constructed or done in Lagos is taken to Kaduna. One should be in Calabar. Sometimes we'll find it going to Sokoto State. So it is a vigilance that we should insist and also begin to remind our citizens that it is their civic responsibility to assist their brothers and sisters in this kind of a situation. But again, too, I want to say I admire the governor of Borno State. The man has been demonstrating exemplary leadership. I am sure if he's able to see that that kind of a thing is happening, he will put a halt to it.
Yeah.
Amongst the political leaders that we have had in this country, especially governors, I think that man has been outstanding with regard to accountability and responsibility to the people of Borno State.
Yeah, that's why he has put a halt to it and is hindering the relief from getting to the people who need it. There are people who are in dire need of it, but the culprits, the criminals, are making sure that it doesn't get to them because they are just fronting themselves, because these are the people who can make themselves available sometimes. Okay, we'll go to the Punch newspaper now. 3 marketers to import 141 million liters of petrol. You see, yesterday it was said that some marketers are saying if the price of fuel from Dangote refinery will cost that much, what NNPCL is saying it will cost, then they find it easier to even import petrol from outside rather than buying from here. And it worries me. 141 million liters of fuel to be imported when we have a refinery here. I don't know the politics that is going on between NNPCL, Dangote, and all that. In fact, on one of the papers in the Business NG, it is illegal for NNPCL to fix price of Dangote petrol, according to Falano. So we're seeing back and forth. We don't even know what is happening. Is the Dangote refinery owned by Dangote, or is it owned by NNPCL and we don't know? Is it owned by the federal government? Why do they have a hold on, a chokehold on Dangote to sell according to what they want? Why do they want to be the sole buyer of this? There are so many questions surrounding this. But right now, marketers have gone a step further, and 3 of them will import 141 million liters of petrol. What's your comment?
Well, honestly speaking, from what you have said and what we see in the paper this morning, there is no doubt that there is chaos, there is anarchy in the petroleum sector of the country. And that area, there is a lot of opacity, that it is not transparent, it is not working. People are not being allowed to see or know and understand what is happening in that area. In the first instance, when you look at the petroleum industry, Section 205, which Femi Falana is talking about, if you say you have deregulated that sector and you have made an NNPC a limited liability company, then NNPC cannot again begin to perform a regulatory function such as it's performing, determining the prices of how much petroleum products is going to be sold all over the country. If you say you have deregulated, then you won't allow the market force to determine how these things are sold in the open market. And then with respect to the relationship between Dangote and then the NNPC and the refinery, it would appear to me that NNPC doesn't want to let go the activities or whatever is happening in the Dangote refinery. Even though you and I do know, the Dangote refinery is also a limited liability company and the private business. But then you remember that the federal government, I think, has about 7% in that refinery.
You have 1 minute remaining.
So they begin to dictate how much the price of these petroleum products is going to be sold. Well, like I said, Nigerian people should rest on accountability, and they should insist.
Nigerians will say village people have come. Okay, well, we're still looking at the papers now. We've been talking with Mr. Tunde Kolawole. In a short while, we're hoping to rejoin with him. In the meantime, let's just take all the headlines that are on the papers, hoping that you're going to find one of the papers and read. First of all, we've discussed some of these things, and then ATM runs dry. We're going back to the business NG now. ATMs run dry. Customers rely on POS operators as cash crisis bites. We still do not know how banks will not have money, but the POS operators will have money. The ATMs in the banks will not have money. The POS will have money. And it just gives credence to the conspiracy theory that it is the banks that are doing this. It's just like when there's fuel scarcity. These people will be selling only to black marketers or giving to black marketers to sell, so that they will say they don't have fuel, but they will be making maximum profit from the black marketers that will be selling. That's the same thing that's happening in ATM. Even the ones that will work during the week will not work at weekends, where people need the money most, where people cannot walk to the banking hall and collect money. You have to rely on POS people. And the worst of all is that these POS people are some of the worst exploiters of the people, especially in some areas, not everywhere anyway. You go to somewhere, you're collecting 5,000 and they're collecting 200 naira from you. And you ask yourself, are these people normal? Are these people ordinary people? Are they Nigerians? Do they just want to kill everybody? It's not as if the people who are collecting 100 naira as charges, they are collecting this money from the banks with less charges and all that. I don't know why it has to happen this way. That's why sometimes we say that Nigerians are the ones that are killing ourselves in Nigeria. CBN's monetary policy tightening measures boost currency market. That's according to Cardoso there. You'll find that also on the business NG. Then CBN maintains 5% threshold for ways and means advances to federal government. Edo Deputy Governor sues Governor Obaseki orders for 50 billion naira over defamation. Okay, those are the headlines on the business NG. On Nature News, Dantata Dangote boosts Borno flood relief funds with 2.5 billion. We've already said that. Tinubu plans National Disaster Relief Fund as Borno recovers. WFP to offer assistance worth $147.9 million. Lagos government set to curb greenhouse emission with Green Gas Registry Initiative. Oh, that's commendable. FUPRE pioneers Nigeria's PG diploma in waste management technology. And then we also have on sports news, inside the Nature News as well, boxing, Joshua versus Fury should happen in 2025. That's according to Hearn, the promoter of sport boxing. Now, on the Punch newspaper, 20 governors borrow fresh 446 billion naira as revenue tumbles. How federal government earned $1.29 billion from telecom licenses. That's according to former President Olusegun Obasanjo. That former president has a lot of bragging rights. Everybody has his own faults, but there are so many things that he could brag about that that successive governments are not able to brag about. And then we have 35,000 cops arrive at Edo as joint forces begin patrol. That is for the governorship poll that is coming up on Saturday. Military, NSCDC, EFCC personnel break backup police team. INEC tracks ballot boxes movements. Then PDP shifts NEC meeting over state Congress crisis. 3 Oyo students remanded for allegedly causing colleagues' death. Federal government alerts 11 states as Cameroon plans Lagdo Dam release. or your students remanded for allegedly causing colleagues' death. I think schools are not doing enough to stop bullying and so many other things, and that should stop. If something is not done about it, we hear even from America, children who are carrying guns to shoot others, they are always linked to those who are being bullied and all that. So something should be done decisively in schools to stop bullying, because it leads to so many other things. Now people are dying. We've heard other stories of children dying, and even if the schools are denying it, but it also stems back to, or it boils down to, bullying and all that. And finally, Nigeria battles spike in medical errors, negligence in hospitals. That is World Patient Safety Day. That's the headline that came up. That's on the Guardian newspaper. Panic in Abuja over vibrations from multiple earth tremors. Lagos State seeks accountability, says misdiagnosis cost patients 40% more. FRSC asks the illegality of being accuser, prosecutor, and judge. Minister warns 300 million youth unemployment in Africa. Scientists confirm new fast-spreading COVID variant. Be careful, COVID is coming back. Nigeria on flood alert as Cameroon Lagdo Dam released water. Clark Lords Dangote urges support for local refining. INEC taxed on credibility as 379,245 PVCs uncollected in Edo. Court rejects Lagos AG's move to stop 1.35 billion fraud case, and then federal government to unbundle 115 government colleges. Okay, those are the headlines. We do hope that you'll grab a paper on your own and read, find out what is happening in Nigeria, and contribute your quota as best you can. We'll take a break. When we return, it's our first hot topic. Stay with us. Thanks for staying with us. We're moving to our first hot topic, which is that Femi Falana, a senior advocate of Nigeria and human rights activist, has described the NNPCL for, or criticized rather, the NNPCL for illegally setting petrol prices post-deregulation. He urges the NNPCL's price setting for Dangote refineries petrol violates. He argues, rather, that it violates Section 205 of the Petroleum Industry Act, which mandates that petroleum prices be determined by market forces, not by the NNPCL or the government. Despite NNPCL's claim that forex liquidity issues influence price fluctuations, Falana contends that NNPCL's actions contradict the deregulation principles outlined in the Petroleum Industry Act. To discuss this with us is Mr. Damilare Onyola, energy expert. Good morning and welcome to the program, Damilare. Damilare, can you hear me? Good morning.
Good morning. Can you hear me? Good morning.
Okay. Now, so we've heard what is going on in between NNPCL and Dangote Refinery, and also the Nigerian people, because as at this moment, we do not even know what the price of Dangote petrol is going to be like, even when they refuted the claims of NNPCL that they were being sold for 898 naira or so. they did not still come out to say this is the true position, this is how much we are selling. So we don't understand what is going on in that sector. Are there intricacies that we the laymen do not understand? What is really going on, Damilare? You are the energy expert.
Thank you, Richard. Let me start by saying it's quite unfortunate that we find ourselves, despite our long history and the major player in the energy sector, not just Africa, but globally. The PIA settles all this conversation. If we go through the section of PIA, I think the only part that talks about NNPCL and gives them the power to act on anything that has to do with pricing is when it has to be the natural gas. And here we're talking about the crude oil. And going back just after that section, the section 205, which the Leonard Syme quoted, it's clear that the market forces should be the one to determine petroleum prices. And if you go through the responsibilities or the functions of the NNPCL, I'm reading from the PIA, which is the body that established the structure, can go through section 63 of the PIA. All through the responsibilities, they have about 8 responsibilities, and none has to do with petroleum pricing. So it's quite unfortunate that we are advocating, we are demanding, we are asking for a liberal market. And to add to that, the reason why there is no stability in the price is because NNPCL is still using the dollar as a regulatory framework to determine this prices. This is a transaction carried out here in Nigeria. The issue of dollar should not even come to play at all. NNPCL, the central bank is clear on every transaction that is done within the country should be localized or transacted in the local naira. So if NNPCL or spokesperson from Dangote Refinery is still insisting of dollarizing the whole transaction, is absolutely illegal. And the NNPCL also, as a player, they should always remember they are no longer a regulator, and which is part of the reaction or part of the immediate expectation of what we expect the PIA to do. We want to have the liberal market. We want to have the thorough deregulation market. So every marketer should be able to go to Dangote Refinery depot and purchase their fuel directly. Thank you.
Yeah, but do we really have, because they were saying that market forces should be the ones to determine the price of fuel in Nigeria. Do we really have a market that is competing with this refinery that will determine? Because it's when there's competition that you can say market forces will determine. But is there really that kind of competition in Nigeria right now?
Okay, thank you, Richard. You know, before now, we used to import most of these products. And right now, we have a refinery here in Nigeria. Before now, the landing cost, according to the major marketers, used to be about 1,200 naira. And the government subsidized and appealed to them to sell at 600 naira. Landing costs, some taxes will no longer come to play because it's being manufactured, produced locally. So transportation, landing costs, and all those things, those are the overhead costs that should be determined by the market forces. What do I mean by that? If I'm in Lagos and Dangote Refinery is in Lagos, so I should be able to approach Dangote Refinery and take in my fuel and sell the commodity. And let's not forget, this is a commodity that no one has the overall power on dealing with it because these are commodities solely owned by government because of its nature. So if, as of now, we're still having conversation on market or on market forces, on what comes to play, I think market forces it's simple. It's a theoretical law that if it's accessible, I can go into Dangote Refinery as a marketer to pick my fuel. Then I can sell whatsoever. I can determine, I'll be able to determine my own price and sell myself. If it's profitable for me, then I will go and sell. So if people are going to Dangote Refinery to pick this product, calculating their cost and their closeness to the depot, definitely people will sell at their own prices. And once there's competition that people are going to buy, then the market force I can decide to walk into any filling station to buy at the price that is affordable to me.
Okay, we're being joined by a second guest, Evans Ofeli. He's a constitutional lawyer. Good morning and welcome to the program, Evans. Barrister Evans, can you hear me?
Good morning to you.
Okay. We're talking about the fact that Dangote Refinery is having problems with NNPCL, trying to set the prices and all that. Let us know the provisions of the PIB, for instance, or PIA rather, because it's an act now, that maybe gives NNPCL the kind of powers it's wielding. But if it is not having these powers, why are they doing what they're doing right now?
Well, the NNPCL, by virtue of its conversion from a public corporation to a limited liability company, loses its regulatory authority by virtue of the PIA. Okay, it's now a player. It's now just like any other company within the energy sector, okay? And as such, it does not have the authority to set price or determine the price of PMS and the rest of that. So what they have done is that they've usurped the power of the upstream downstream regulatory commission, which has retained the regulatory authority and powers to operate and all that. And it's so unfortunate that the NNPCL have over time, the last 1 month, have demonstrated to Nigerians that they do not have the interest of the citizens at heart.
With it. We're just wondering why there is a back and forth between Dangote and NNPCL, fixing the price and all that. Falana has come out to say that is the lawyer and human rights activist has come out to say it's illegal. So we'll find out how illegal that is, the gravity of what is happening right now, the position of NNPCL in the energy sector in Nigeria. Let's take that break. We'll be back. Thanks for staying with us. We're sorry that we had to take a short break and disrupt the conversation. We're looking at the fact that a human rights lawyer has said that NNPCL is wrong. In fact, it's illegal for them to fix prices for Dangote refinery. We're trying to make sense of what the position of NNPCL is right now in the scheme of things. And we're talking to Evans Ofeli when we lost his audio and some technical problems came up. Evans, would like to continue with you to tell us what the position of NNPCL is right now in the scheme of things. Do we even still need NNPCL? And if we don't need it, which body should do the regulation of our energy sector?
The body empowered by the PIA to do the regulation is the upstream and downstream regulatory commission, and not the NNPCL. The NNPCL is now a player, it's now a company, okay, that is supposed to go manage, the refineries that we have, the existing refineries that we have, bring them back to life, and then begin to act just the same way Dangote. produce, they refine, produce, and sell to marketers. Okay, but it has left that function. Not too long ago, it's calling bidders to come and bid to take over the management of this refinery. Okay, as simple as that is, it has left that function and have usurped, the liberal market and turned it to a monopoly, thereby creating two layers of monopoly in one area of the energy sector rather. Now, Dangote as we speak is a monopoly itself. Okay, as we speak. Then the NNPCL have also gone to create a second layer of monopoly legally by taking that charge of being the sole distributor of that product, creating another monopoly, and have decided to also usurp the authority of the regulator to also fix price and increase price at will. Okay, so at the end of the day, we are trying to bring the price of PMS as low as possible by the advent of the Dangote refinery, which is supposed to cut down importation duties and all other variables that come with exporting food and importing food. But at the end of the day, what the Nigerian is going to spend in purchasing the crude within the country, even when the crude was sold in Naira, is going to almost be higher than what we were using to import it in the past. Because the NNPCL have created bureaucracy and chain. They have created themselves, as a wholesaler, they have created now a retailer, independent marketer, and a consumer. So before the product gets to the end user, the price and the profit margin of all the layers and cadres of the players in the oil sector, the price would have increased to a point where it would have been better you were importing it from outside. So Dangote is a necessary, it's an unnecessary bottleneck, that need to give way. Okay, the federal government have to call Dangote, the NNPCL rather. The federal government have to call the NNPCL to order, and then let this energy sector operate based on the PIA.
Now, Barrister, just a moment. Is this happening because the upstream and downstream is failing in their responsibility, or why is it happening in the first place? Because they should be talking out right now and saying that Dangote is usurping their functions, but they don't seem to be saying this. Is it because the PIA is really not enforced, or because of what?
It's not Dangote that is usurping their function. It's not Dangote that is usurping their function. It's the NNPCL.
NNPCL is usurping the function of upstream and downstream, and they're not talking. Why is that?
Yeah, they are not talking. I do not know. There's someone muted the idea that there is a possible conspiracy that both are working in concert to ensure that there's no liberal market. That is by the wayside. It's not official, so I'm not going to rely on it. But people are muting. I've heard that in the sector. Okay, but they are supposed to, take their rightful place, so that the NNPCL will take its rightful place as a player and not a regulator, not one that comes to it. Even the idea of NNPCL being the sole distributor, it's also wrong. It's wrong because it does not have that capacity any longer to function as a regulator. So why should it be the sole purchaser? Some independent marketers are saying that they may look elsewhere to get the product because it might be cheaper elsewhere. And this for me is unfortunate.
Okay.
Unfortunate because when we didn't have crude, when we didn't have a refinery, a functionable refinery, we're saying if we had one, the price will not be this high. Now we have one, the price is higher than it was when we didn't have any. Okay. So it's not a good place to be at the time.
All right. Let me go to Damilare as we try to wrap up this segment. Now that NNPCL is talking, and Dangote also seems to be silent about it. He seems to be comfortable with the fact that Dangote is trying to fix prices. We heard NNPCL telling us what Dangote sold the PMS to them for, and they came out to say this is not so. But they didn't tell us the actual price that they sold this product to NNPCL, and the actual price that they will be selling to us before October 1, because October 1 there's supposed to be a different price because they will start to do transactions in Naira and all that. So Evans just brought a conspiracy theory, let's put it that way, that a lot of people are now following, that there is this collaboration, there is this cooperation between Dangote and NNPCL and even maybe the government by extension to do what they are doing, and they don't have the interest of Nigerians at heart. Is there an explanation that you can have as an energy expert to that?
See, Richard.
My name is Nyamgo, by the way. It's not Richard. Richard is my producer.
Oh, sorry. I'm on.
Go ahead, please.
We've been on this issue for a long time. And I will try to react to what you said. Also, there's always been scarcity. And the reason for the scarcity has always been lack of supply from NNPC. We brought in the PIA. The PIA stayed more than 10 years for it to cast into law. And none of actions from the PIA is removal of subsidy. One other reaction from the PIA also, like NNPC to NNPC Limited, to make them solely. You can't be a regulator and also a player. And the last thing also is also to merge starters, PPRA, DPR, into two bodies as our main regulators. PPRA is part of PPRA, which is Nigerian Downstream and Midstream Regulatory Authority, adduce the pricing. The PIA is clear on what is expected from NNPCL Limited. It's clear, and also the PIA is also clear on liberal economy should be. You know, agencies of government just have a way of making a simple document to be complex. Reading through the direction of the PI is to create an economy that would promote still competition oil and gas industry. Has the PI been able to achieve that? Yes, in a way. Before now, okay, let me give an example. On my road, presently we have 610 NNPCL, but it used to be only one. Because they know they now have to make profits. They also have to look for a way to make people to get their franchise so they can also make money. They are doing that now. But you see to play the part of a regulator. If I am a player, I determine the price. I'm also the sole distributor. I buy, then I sell to other players. So where is the competition? We go out, we go to restaurants, people buy the same rice, but the prices are different. But people that wants to buy very high, will buy very high. What is determining that is the market. See, at the end users receiving end of this. If I can go to the airport, get my own sell, I can decide to sell with 5 naira, I can decide to sell with 2 naira, But NNPCL puts a cap, which is totally out of that function because the act is clear on that. Let the market forces determine the price. So
Okay.
our conspiracy theory, but I'm only seeing a part of agency that has viewed a player, because I won't call them regulator, because if it's
Okay.
NDPR or NUPRC that is saying it, okay, fine. But with this new, they are solely function is limited to play in the industry and to act on behalf of the government as a player. NNPCL is recommending NNPC, even though I saw a section that is saying, oh, the NNPCL is an agent of the NNPC and blah, blah, blah.
All right, Damilare. We've really run out of time
So
right
what is
now.
it?
We've really run out of time now, but I know this is a conversation that will continue as it is. It will continue in the coming days because we have not even seen the fuel from Dangote refinery getting to the consumers, and we're still waiting for that October 1 price and see what is going to be. Let Dangote come out clean and tell us what is going on. Let the government also come out clean and tell us what it is, because the president is the minister for petroleum and is silent about it, and all these things are happening here. Let it not be like people were talking about. He's only good at taxing people and making sure that he makes more money, forgetting that the people who he's milking to make this money need also to breathe a sigh of relief. But I'd like to thank you, gentlemen, for coming on the show this morning. It's unfortunate that we didn't have as much time as we wanted. Thank you so much, Evans Ofeli, for coming on the show, and Damilare Onyola for coming on the show. We've been talking with Evans Ofeli, constitutional lawyer, and Damilare Onyola, an energy expert. We were saying the Dangote, we were quoting the constitutional, or rather the human rights lawyer, Femi Falana, who said that it was wrong, it was illegal for NNPCL to set a price for Dangote, and we were trying to get around making sense out of why whatever is happening is even happening in the first place. But we'll take a short break, and when we return, we'll be talking to our second guest on another topic. Just stay with us and find out what that is. Thanks for staying with us. Now, the Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, has confirmed that it will continue to enforce a 5% limit on ways and means advances to the federal government for the fiscal year 2024 to 2025. The ways and means advances will finance budget deficits up to 5% of the previous year's revenue, with the expectation that these advances will be repaid by the end of the year they are granted. This decision contradicts a recent National Assembly bill that sought to increase the borrowing limit from 5% to 10%. The CBN's approach also aligns with the Medium-Term Fiscal Framework, MTFF, aiming to manage economic expectations, implement consistent policies, and support macroeconomic stability. The CBN Governor Olayemi Cardoso said that the Apex Bank will no longer give ways and means to the federal government until the previous loans are repaid. Olayemi noted that it was one of the measures taken by the Apex Bank to curtail the economic hardship currently plaguing the country. Now, our guest this morning is Mr. Segun Shokweton, Chairman, Accountability, Candor, and Transparency Network. Good morning and welcome to the program, Mr. Shokweton.
Good morning, Mr. Agaji. Thanks for having me.
Okay, great. Ways and Means, National Assembly, you can take up to 10%. CBN, no, we're not taking up to 10%. We're just taking the 5%. And then you must repay before we can give you Ways and Means again. What does this portend for us? Is the CBN on our side or is it on the side of government? What do we expect?
No, I think that the CBN is simply following the letter of the law that set them up. And I do believe that if that is going to change, then there has to be an amendment to the CBN Act accordingly, you know, along with the required assent by the president. I'm not sure that that is what the National Assembly has done, and therefore the CBN is on the right track and on the right path. One of the reasons that we're in the problem that we are in today with regards to the cost of living crisis and the inflation that we are suffering is this very ways and means issue, and the way that it has been flagrantly abused by successive administrations since the days of Goodluck Jonathan. It got significantly worse under, the administration of Muhammadu Buhari, to the point where we're talking trillions of naira in ways and means balances, 26 trillion at a point, 27 trillion naira at a point, which is completely unquestionable, considering what the Act actually says. So for the National Assembly to be trying to jack up the percentage allowed by law, when the problem that was created by the abuse of that instrument is still very much with us. We're still struggling with it. It beats me on what they had on their mind. The inflation that we see today has two components. We've got the cost push inflation part of it, which is derived from subsidy removal, exchange rate, devaluation of the naira, maybe problems with farmers' insecurity and all of that. And then you've got the demand pull side of it, and that's also significant, and that's the one that the CBN has been targeting with the monetary policy rate instrument over the last year and a half. The objective of the MPC has always been to play the balancing act between reducing liquidity and not ensuring that they're not curtailing growth. So that particular problem resulted predominantly from this ways and means problem, where we had an explosion of money supply in the system that was not driven by any kind of productivity. It was just government printing money. So the CBN has been trying to clean up this mess, and there was a proposal for securitization which has been done, and then there is information from the Minister of Finance, Mr. Wale Edun, saying that a significant chunk of the outstanding balances in the Ways and Means account at the CBN has now been paid off. I believe we will get updates with regards to the second quarter payments that the Minister of Finance promised. If that payment has been made, then it will mean that Ways and Means has now been paid off by the CBN, to the CBN by the government. So if that is the case, then we must ensure that as we move forward with regards to managing that particular budget deficit financing instrument, that we stick strictly within the letter of the law. So I think what the CBN is trying to do is to prevent politicians from pushing us down that very dark alley that we're still trying to come out of.
Okay.
And I think it's a commendable move on their part.
Yes. While we commend this, I'm just curious. The Act, where did it emanate from? The Act establishing the CBN, where did it come from? And why is the pronouncement or the directive of the National Assembly not relevant in this? Because we would be thinking that that is where the laws come from that establish any government body. So if they have made a pronouncement, what was the extent or the validity or the efficacy of this pronouncement that they made? Was it not law that could have changed how the CBN is run?
Yeah, the National Assembly, is the body that is charged with making laws in this country. And you're right, the CBN Act itself that we speak about, the 2007 CBN Act 2007, obviously, was enacted by the National Assembly. But obviously, if the central bank is saying no to this action from the National Assembly, then it means that one of the very fundamental and critical components of lawmaking in Nigeria and in any other part of the world, for that matter, has been skipped, has not been followed, and that's the stakeholder engagement part of it. You know, as a National Assembly, you can't make laws without consulting with the critical stakeholders within the sector you are making that law for. You can't make a law without consulting and engaging with the primary implementer of the law. Your job is to make a law. Somebody is still going to have to execute that law, you know, and implement it. In this case, it's the CBN. So how is it that the National Assembly appears to have made a law? I haven't seen it, sorry. You know, and I'm not sure that it went through onto getting an assent from the president. The CBN is an agency of government that is under the purview of the president. And, you know, there's no way that the president would have assented to a bill and the CBN would be saying, no, we're not going to do this. It's never going to happen. So I think that what has obviously happened is that the National Assembly has come up with a law that hasn't followed the right process. For example, apart from the CBN is not the only stakeholder, you know, in the monetary policy management side of the Nigerian economy. You know, the banks are critical stakeholders. Ministry of Finance is a critical stakeholder. There are so many others that play within that ecosystem. Where was the public hearing when this act was being changed, supposedly, if it has been changed? Where was the public hearing? You know, because at that public hearing, I do not think one single human being that operates with knowledge within that sector, within the financial ecosystem, would have supported an increase in the Ways and Means pay of 5% of previous years' federal government revenues. You know, because it would make no sense given where we are today, given the problems that the abuse of that instrument has created. You may argue, you know, on the other side, on the flip side of the table, that maybe one of the reasons that act was not being followed or being obeyed was that the 5% is too small. You may argue that, and you may have a point. But the key issue would be that there has to have been an engagement that carried everybody along and got everybody's buy-in into whatever they're trying to do. They obviously didn't do this. And by the way, let me quickly chip in that. Let's not forget that 5% of federal government revenues is a very small amount. And I don't think it will move the needle with regards to the kind of deficit financing that this administration and previous administrations find themselves battling, you know, as a result of revenue shortages. So I'm not even sure that this is such a huge deal. Anyway.
Okay. We'll be looking at that. Maybe they're just being frugal because they said until the federal government pays whatever they're owing, they're not going to get anything else. So maybe it's just a decision of the CBN to cut costs and make sure that the federal government is disciplined enough. But that's how much we can take this morning. Mr. Shokwiton, thank you so much for coming on the show this morning.
Thanks for having me. Have a great day.
We've been talking with Mr. Segun Shokwiton, and we were looking at the fact that the CBN has dropped the directives of the National Assembly that said that they could take up to 10% Ways and Means to finance the budget deficit, and they have stuck to their 5%. And we're looking at why they did that and where it will take our economy to. We're talking with Mr. Segun Shokwiton. This is how we wrap it up on the show this morning. It's been a pleasure being here with you. We hope that you will rejoin us tomorrow for another edition of The Breakfast. In the meantime, remember to stay fit, stay healthy, and be patriotic. My name is Nyamgul Agaji.
In every age, the good old days were always memories to cherish. although no one ever thought they were good at that time, for every age has consisted of crises that seemed intolerable to the people who lived through them. Looking back now, one can really say, indeed, these days were good. My name is Tolulope Akmike Medebem Ni Adeolu, and here is my good old days story. I hail from Oderemo, Ogun State, but I was born and bred in Lagos, Island Maternity to be precise. My dad was His Royal Majesty Obasanjo Olufunso Adeolu. He was an educationist, a seasoned broadcaster, actor, and finally he became an Oba, while my mom, Olori Adedayo Atinuke Adeolu, was a thoroughbred educationist. She was an English major. She rose through the ranks working for Lagos State Ministry of Education, where she actually retired as an education director. I am the fourth of 8 children and Olori's first. That's my mom. I grew up mostly with my aunties on Lagos Island, Ologbo, where my mom would drop me off and then pick me up over the weekend. My aunties were more like my big sisters then, and it was so much joy being with them. And guess what? We actually still deal the same way, even now as adults. They formed a core part of my childhood, and today, I proudly say anywhere that was raised by 4 mothers, my mom inclusive. So imagine if these 4 mothers of mine got a whiff of my bad behavior in school. The story would never end, never. Each one of them would take turns to scold and punish me for bringing the family name and that of theirs to disrepute. Those were days of communal training where the community played a major role in child training and development. As much as these women, my moms, as much as they loved us and tried to ensure we charted our lives' course correctly growing up, they couldn't always protect us from everything. I must say, I had my own share of bullying. I started wearing glasses at a tender age. These glasses were as thick as the Coke bottom bottle. Yes, such was the thickness of my glasses. I could not see without wearing them. Different names people like us were called. Those days hurt, Sha. But the ability to move on regardless of all those snide remarks, developing a thick skin, and believing in what I can achieve through the grace that I have been blessed with by the Most High, saw me through those moments. In fact, it honestly contributed to who I have become today. I started my primary education at Yaniwura Nursery and Primary School in Ilukweju, Lagos, and then later moved to Estate Nursery and Primary School within the same Ilukweju environment. My secondary education was twofold. I started at Federal Government College, Ugwalao, where my uncle was the principal. And when he was transferred to Federal Government College, Sokoto, I naturally followed him to Sokoto, of course, to continue my secondary education. Such was the trust parents had on guardians in those days. The need to monitor a child and ensure that he or she was under a very strict control, and tutelage of a mentor was considered essential for the moral and academic growth of such a child. Oh man, Sokoto taught me about being human. You may wish to ask, what does that mean? It meant that was where I learned that everyone was first human being before his tribe and ethnic learnings. At Federal Government College Sokoto, we did not have or understand the divide of tribes or thongs. School then were not only about academics, but they were out to develop character as well, and that's what truly being educated is all about. We all grew up together, and today, quite a number of us are still friends, regardless of whatever situation or conditions we are presently in. Today, I am pretty much a people's person. All that matters to me about you as an individual, first and foremost, is the chemistry, not where you come from. And all this is, I believe, thanks to my orientation. Oh, testing times 2. I mean, when a growing child will always be a child. Yes, I remember the story of caustic soda. In those days, I think my mom used it to wash the bathroom. It was a plastic beverage container kept away from peering eyes. One day, she sent me to get something from her room, and I saw the container. I opened it and saw this sugar-looking substance and wondered why she kept it in her room. And guess what? I licked it, and that was it. I started foaming. I ran into the sitting room, and everyone went berserk, confused and scared. My mom lifted me and started running towards the hospital. I was rushed to the hospital where I was stabilized and brought home. On a good day, after all the drama, I would have still been beaten. But I think they believed I was traumatized enough, and she looked me in the eye and said, "That's what happens to thieves." No amount of beating could have shamed me like that, man. That was it. The tendency to steal perished forever in me. The first time my dad slapped me will be a story for another day. It was clear in my head, the biblical dictate of spare the rod and spoil the child. Over and over, my father would say that he had no inheritance he was leaving for any child. His greatest legacy to all of us, according to him, would be our education. So whatever he wanted to study, he was willing and ready to make it happen. Strangely, Dad's fame as an actor of repute wasn't something we thought about. I mean, it was just work as far as we knew. The only times it became a subject of discussion were when people saw you with him or found out he's your father and wanted to know what life is like living with him, or if he actually didn't have hands, based on his character in the famous Village Headmaster serial. Ha ha! Quite nostalgic. I recall how being his daughter impacted on me when I proceeded to Obafemi Awolowo University, Great Ife, where I obtained my bachelor's degree in arts from the Department of Dramatic Art. I had a lecturer who scored me rather low because he felt and actually knew I could do better. And he said to me, "To whom much is given, much is expected." That was a turning point of sorts in my academic. In those good old days, we were built to be resilient. We pushed on basically because we wanted to make our parents and ourselves proud. In the hierarchy of values, we were taught that honesty and integrity reign supreme. And I am very proud and thankful for these orientations and training. So what went wrong? Is it the same today as yesterday? I doubt. Is the situation hopeless? Certainly not. Is it possible to change the narrative? Absolutely yes. Like the lights that cannot be hidden under a bushel, like the faith as a mustard seed, I believe the glory of Nigeria will shine and we shall blossom again if we begin to plant into the hearts and minds of people these time-tested values of truth, honesty, integrity, and sincerity of purpose. Personally, I don't think the challenge is solely upon today's youth. It's our inability to create the right mentorship programs. The youths tend to emulate what they see around them. So if change must come, if tomorrow must be brighter, then the right attitude and values must be reenacted today. The onus lies on each one of us to keep showcasing those things that we want emulated. Change can and will happen through a collective will and joint resolve to make it happen. Change begins with each and every one of us standing together in truth and believing that truly we can make the difference. We all deserve a better Nigeria, better than those glorious days we speak about today. To this end, I join Sir Shemore Badejo in this collective desire to have a brighter future for not only our children, but for us too. God bless Nigeria. God bless all of us.
My name is Dakpo Ademosu. Here is my good old day story. I am always filled with nostalgia each time I remember those good old days. I look into the past with joy and gaze into the future with hopes of brighter things to come. I have many stories to tell. Was it when I followed my mother to J. Allen at Okebola in Ibadan to buy her brand new Mitsubishi Lancer car at a price of 1,310 naira? Or was it when she decided to change one of the tires of the very same car that she has used regularly for over 3 years at 22 naira? Those were interesting days when you dare not bring home a strange pencil or ruler without getting the beating of your life as if you stole a goat in the marketplace. Days at my former school, United Missionary College, Ibadan, UMC, when you would prefer to run away instead of facing a beating for losing your Cortina shoes, even though it was only one leg you lost, but still the same offense, after a school football 3-a-side set with our monkey posts. Oh, our parents at that time certainly did not spare the rod just to ensure that we are all who we are today. We surely turned out good. Wow, life was good in those days when every naming ceremony must come with puff-puff or pancake for the whole neighborhood. And each time you see those covered dishes arriving, you know that somebody is doing a naming ceremony nearby. We all rejoice because we have to share in the puff-puff. And same thing goes with the Ileya meat. Every neighbor shares the Ileya meat with the neighbors. And later years, we were always excited when school vacation was approaching for possible openings in organizations for a 1-month vacation job, which is supposed to train us on the value of money. and we were trained to develop a sense of responsibility and a culture of savings. How can I forget growing up with Kolo in my possession, which now all the children call piggy banks? That is, if any child has a piggy bank anymore. Every child had one those days. Sadly today, the narratives are different. Wealth acquisition mentally has taken over the drive for relevance. Even those with no visible trackable jobs have become role models of some sort, rolling out stocks of followers on the internet with no visible means of income or revenue that can always be substantiated. And I stop to think, why can't we have a brighter future that will be better than those good old days? Can we change the narrative? Yes, we can. Our children deserve a brighter and a better tomorrow, not a good old days, because that is gone forever. But we can still build on the future with discipline, foresight, and perseverance. Let us make the difference now for the sake of our children's tomorrow. Today, I join Shemore in his collective drive towards a greater tomorrow. Thank you.
You're in a queue, for example, and you go to some places or some countries and the queue is the queue. You have to join from the back, right? And that's conducive because, hey, I was here before you, makes sense. But then you find some people that they just don't have the time and everybody is in a hurry and they jump to the front stylishly and feel they will get away with it. Sometimes some people just don't want trouble and they just leave you with your, you know, your actions. But then you will find in some places where people don't like it, they don't condone it, and they will call you out. Excuse me, the queue is at the back. We need to see more of that nowadays.
You've probably experienced a scenario like this. You're waiting in line for a service or to buy something, and someone who sees the long queue comes along and goes straight to the front of the line, completely disregarding everyone standing. In most cases, some people on the queue will speak up, but some will look on with utter disbelief. With teeming population, it is almost inevitable not to experience queuing. If you're not queuing at the bus station, you're queuing at the ATM or in the bank, or to get tickets to your favorite show. Queuing is a way to create orderliness and to ensure that there is some fairness. But like clockwork, there will always be the impatient ones, or the ones who feel too smart that they find a way to jump the queue. Queues are not created to simply waste time, but to ensure orderliness, because the chaos that happens without the orderliness leaves a lot of people bitter, angry, and helpless. The reason why queuing is challenging for us can be associated with the way we see it. Darden Professor Elliot N. Weiss and colleagues Graham Gillam, Kylie Simmons, and Donald Stevenson explained that across the globe, people wait for food and transportation, to make purchases, to get services, or to have experiences. But how they view the wait, what the rules are, and what they expect vary widely. Some cultures see needing to wait as almost always negative, while in other societies, seeing there is a line can signal there's something worth waiting for.
In an environment where they don't call it out and they allow people to jump the queue, and jumping the queue becomes normal and the norm, they won't say anything wrong with it. They will continue to do it because they can't see the bad in it. You get to an environment where, hey, it's not possible for you to ever think of jumping the queue because people say, get back. Excuse me, we've been here before you, join the queue. There and then you notice that you've done something wrong. It conditions your mindset, I can't jump the queue in this environment, it's not acceptable. And so you begin to readjust yourself. It's a culture change.
Instead of seeing queues as a waste of time, see it as a way to better manage time. It is also a way to ensure fairness and equity. The next time you feel the urge to jump a queue, don't. Instead, remember some of these guidelines. Make up your mind if you will join the queue or not. Once you have joined the queue, stay in your line. You may decide to ask what the waiting time is before you join the queue. Some organizations will provide this service. Try to stay in lane, only reserved by using someone you know. Never say you were behind someone in a queue. Wait for someone to be behind you before you leave the queue if you must. Respect other people's space while on the queue. Watch your conversation on the phone, keep it confidential. Watch your personal belongings. Try not to leave shopping bags on the floor. Acknowledge the number of bags you're carrying. If you forgot something, unless it is close by, you will run the risk of losing your place once you leave the queue. Exercise huge amounts of patience, even when the queue appears endless. If you're holding a place for someone, explain to others around you to avoid conflict. Sometimes, the queue may be a telephone inquiry. You may have the option of calling back or leaving a message to be called back. If someone appears like they're jumping the queue, politely correct them without getting into a squabble. Always wait your turn if the queue is automated. Sometimes you may need to wait to be beckoned, served, or for the green light before proceeding. Follow the rules and move orderly. Minding your mannerisms in public signals civility. Your behavior determines how others perceive you, and if you can leave a good impression, why not?
When it comes to that, it's about really making sure that you don't do something that will make people upset. So let me give you a typical example, public toilet, right? You want to walk into that washroom nice and clean, and at the same time, you want to leave it clean for someone else to use it like that. But what you find is that some people use it haphazardly. They don't care about who's coming in next. And of course, people are disgruntled by the way the place is dirty, not kept well. And of course, we have a problem there, health and hygiene, right? That's a public place. When you think about the airplane, for example, same thing as well. You are on the plane and you have children, and the children are making a whole lot of noise. You're disturbing the elderly people and other people who are sharing the same space with you. So when you're on the plane, you have to be mindful of other people that are going to be using it. So even when you're sitting down, it's a confined space, right? So you don't want to disturb other people. You want to make sure that you have a smooth ride without upsetting anyone while you're in that public space. What about when you're at the cinema as well? You know, a cinema is a place where, and a library, where you have to keep quiet. You don't want someone to keep telling you, shh, shh. What does that mean? You're not supposed to use your phone when you're in such places, like a library, for instance. Then you're in the supermarket as well. A whole lot of things. And many places where people are, I won't say maybe ignorant of other people, right? They think they're in their home. So you're in a reception in a restaurant, or you're in the reception of a hotel. You're not going to put your feet on the desk or on the table as if, and you're watching the TV as if you're in your sitting room, right? So people wouldn't like that. I've seen cases where some people are in they're in the not waiting room. There's a public place where you can sit down in a hotel, right? And some people have taken off their shoes, put their feet on the table, and their hand behind them, they're watching the news and like, hey, this is not your sitting room. You don't do things like that. Then when you talk about dining environments, you're in a restaurant. I have literally seen people, and I've done videos on it as well, where they've given you a napkin, it's for your hands. Wipe your hands down because you're about to eat. Then guess what happens? You see them using the same napkin to wipe their face, to wipe their hair. I've seen them do this. I'm like, oh, this is not the bathroom. So it's really about perception and how you want people to see you when you're in a public place.
When in the public, it is important to be courteous and respectful of others. You might not always know the rules, but if you make a genuine effort to be considerate of others with the intent not to disturb them, the conscious effort would show.
For me, I would love to see an environment where when we see something that is not right, we correct. I've done that severally, and I'm brave enough to do that. And most times when I finish speaking to the person says sorry, because maybe at the time they were doing it, they didn't realize how bad it was and the consequences to another person. But most times you find that they are truly sorry because it just didn't come down to that.
The rules of behavior when we're in public vary from culture to culture.
If you've ever been to Singapore and you're in a public train or any public environment, you're not allowed to chew chewing gum. And they made it a law. And so now people are very conscious. Don't chew chewing gum, you get fined, you can be imprisoned. So they've made it part of their lives.
However, culture is an ever-evolving phenomenon that changes as the needs of the people changes. We all have rights, but it has limitations where the exercise of your rights begins to infringe on the rights of others. Behaviors such as playing music or videos loudly on your phone in public, receiving calls loudly in public places, or even blowing horns arbitrarily can be seen as offensive. Here are some common etiquette to take note of in public. Or pregnant, make commuting easier for those who need it. Let the waiter come to you. Never yell or wave your hand at a waiter while dining. Make their job easier by being patient or politely get their attention when they pass by. Know your audience. Be aware of who's around before engaging in hot topics. Respecting people's sensibilities is the proper way to behave. Make sure to tip. Tipping is essential for certain employees to make a decent income. Make sure to leave a tip as a token of your gratitude whenever possible. Even services you might not think of, like a haircut or dog grooming. Say excuse me. It's the polite thing to do when you bump into someone. Even if you're not really the one to blame, why not just avoid conflict and brush off the situation? Use a coaster. Spilling isn't the only way to make a mess with your cold beverage. Say please and thank you, especially to those closest to you. Smile at the cashier, the bank teller, the security man, your co-worker, even if he or she doesn't smile back. Hold the door for the person behind you, and if someone holds the door for you, remember to say thank you. Step outside to answer your phone calls. Sometimes you have to take an important call. It is important to step outside to take your call because it's not fun to hear your conversation when we're trapped behind you in a line. Give people a pass. Cranky salesperson, nasty driver, you have no idea what's going on with that person right now. You don't have to reward ugly behavior with your own nastiness, which only perpetuates the cycle. Look at the person who's speaking to you. It is polite to listen to people who are talking to you and not just type away on your smartphone. Let someone go in front of you in line. Cough or sneeze into your elbow. Put your smartphone away during meals. Be on time. Ask before posting. Not everyone wants to be all over social media and you're not a reporter, so stop spreading the news. Keep the noise down at work. Silence the ringer on your phone. Speak quietly and turn the sound down on your dinging emails so it's not bugging everyone you work with. Wash your hands to use someone's first name. Clean up after yourself, at home, at work, at a friend's house. Ask before bringing a guest. Don't assume they're automatically invited no matter how well you know your host or hostess. Stay at home when you're sick. Reach out to people who are grieving. Don't pretend nothing happened. If you don't know what to do or say, you can simply say you're sorry. Let people get off the elevator first before you get on. The same rules apply to trains and buses. Silence your smartphone at the movies and stop crinkling that candy wrapper so loudly while you're at it. Help someone who's clearly struggling. The next time you see someone straining to reach something on the highest shelf at the grocery store, help him or her out. Skip controversial or nosy topics at parties. Politics, religion, or asking when they're getting pregnant or how much weight they lost. Those topics are sensitive and should be off the table. When you enter a room, greet everyone. Return calls. If someone takes the time to leave you a voicemail, take the time to call him or her back. Use an earphone or headphone in public while scrolling through social. Being online has become a part of our every waking moment. From the moment we wake up in the morning till we hit the pillow at night, we are browsing, scrolling through social media, responding to messages. We live our lives online almost as much as we live it in reality. These anonymous interactions, like any other human interaction, comes with complexity and challenges. People get into civil discussions, debates, banter, and share with one another. With these interactions come disagreements, arguments, conflicts. that can soon degenerate into trolling, bullying, and general unpleasantness. Psychologist Robert Sutton: disrespectful, demeaning, and downright mean-spirited behavior is worse than ever. This behavior is especially true of online discourse, which researchers describe as the online disinhibition effect. Stanford psychology professor John Sula in 2004 said, "The online disinhibition effect can cause people to act out in either a benign manner, wherein they overshare their personal information, or in a toxic manner, wherein they become abusive or threatening." "I am in my house, come and beat me" is a common saying online that alludes to the inaccessibility that emboldens even regular people to behave in less than civil ways online. Another factor responsible for this behavior, apart from anonymity and availability, is solipsistic introjection, a situation, according to Dr. Sula, where you don't have any physical cues associated with the person you're communicating with, and other person becomes just a voice in your head. As such, the people in your online conversations merely become characters in your imagination, formed by your own personal history and expectations. You might also hear his or her voice as your own, which makes you feel more comfortable with the other person and further lowers your inhibitions. As we have rules that guide our interactions in real life, unspoken rules need to be developed for our online interactions. Social media etiquette, or social mannerism simply put, means do's and don'ts for social media interactions. These etiquettes are also referred to as netiquettes. The term netiquette refers to all aspects of online communication, including email, instant messaging, social media, multiplayer gaming, and other forms of online communication. The main goal behind netiquette or mannerisms on social media is to treat others with respect and take care of intellectual property rights and associated implications. Personal information, images, or videos of anyone should not be shared without consent or mentioning credits where due. Except we seek to change such behaviors, it will pervade. Here are some social media netiquettes. When sending a DM, be polite and go straight to the point. When responding to posts, even if you disagree, be careful not to use condescending and insultive words. Take a 5-minute pause before you post any comments. Don't comment on topics that people tend to be passionate about. Don't respond to insults or hateful language. Don't say to people online what you won't have the audacity to say to them in person. Avoid excessive tagging of people. Ask before tagging people. Although it may seem inoffensive, tagging a friend or acquaintance on social media without their permission could in many ways cause problems for that person. Good social media etiquette means you should always request for permission before tagging anyone. Post only flattering pictures of other people. Apply the billboard test. Assume that everyone in the world can and will see everything you post. So if it's not billboard worthy, don't post it. Give credit where it's due. Don't post other people's photos or quotes without clear attribution. This means no screen grabs even if you have the best intentions. Instead, use a repost app to properly credit others with your own content. Think of the future you. Your taste will change, as will your sense of humor, but your photos will live on forever. Use caution when posting. Don't take screenshots of other people's private moments that they shared with you in confidence. Censor yourself. You might treat your Facebook or Twitter accounts as diaries. Don't share everything with your readers. Some things are meant to be kept private. It is not the hope of this feature to blame anyone for the never-ending tension between police and the citizens. However, it is certain that there is always a tension with most people when they approach a police checkpoint. Many factors are responsible for this tension, including not knowing what to expect or do, seeing the police as the enemy, or even being guilty of an infraction. Many issues that go wrong at a police checkpoint can be linked to lack of proper communication and understanding on the side of the police force and also on the side of the citizen. Here are some tips listed by the police force about comporting yourself at a police checkpoint. Endeavor to slow down your vehicle. It shows that you're not reckless. It also douses suspicion that you're a criminal and may want to speed off. Turn down the volume of your car stereo. Courtesy demands this. Besides, you are able to hear each other better. This simple act will help you win the confidence of the security operative. Keep your hands visible to avoid unnecessary suspicion or fear by the officers that you're attempting to bring out a gun or other harmful objects to attack them. Turn on the inner light of your vehicle while approaching the cops if at night. It readily sends an unspoken message that you have nothing to hide.
That's the nature of your job, officer. Don't worry. That's the nature of everything will be fine.
Be friendly and cheerful. Commend the officers, especially when you see them working under very unfriendly weather conditions, such as rains and harsh harmattan conditions, excessive heat, cold, or sunshine. We know it's their job, but a little kind word from you will do a lot of good. Remember, when you smile at the mirror smiles back at you.
Officer will not come down. Let's see what you do. Don't mind this. We won't come down.
Endeavor to be polite when answering questions put to you by the officers. Don't dare or challenge an armed security man to a duel. Oftentimes, you hear people say things like, "Shoot me if you can." Note that this is a recipe for disaster. It is a very provocative and unnecessary call for war. So please, play safe, more so as you do not know the state of mind of the officer concerned. Also, don't go into or defend himself. Avoid unnecessary arguments with armed security personnel. There are 1,001 ways to seek redress where you feel your rights have been infringed upon. Never try to touch an officer in an unfriendly manner. He may suspect you of trying to disarm him. If you're a regular traveler or road user, make sure you have the police emergency phone numbers of the route you operate. You never can tell when an emergency situation could arise and you need the police to come to your aid. Make sure you have all your relevant car papers and desist from actions or inactions that constitute either a criminal or traffic offense. Such infractions of the law provide a veritable grounds for possible charges and other forms of adversarial contact with the police or other law enforcement agencies, including unnecessary arguments. Don't give the impression that you're unhappy to see the officer on his beat or that he's wasting your time. But if you do have an emergency, politely inform the officer. Don't speed off while still being checked. Take note of the name tags, force or service numbers, personal description of weapon or patrol vehicle of the security officer, especially where the officers begin to conduct themselves in an unprofessional manner. Seek an audience with the most senior officer at the checkpoint if things are not working out smoothly. Politely insist to be taken to the police station if your complaint is not properly addressed.
"60 Minutes with Angela" starts right now.
you serve the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria as his special advisor on media and publicity for 8 years, that's 2 unbroken terms, I suppose it makes all the sense to write memoirs. And that's where my guest today comes in. He says, without documentation, revisionism wins because human beings have short memories. He also goes on to say that the reason he's written his memoirs is to help Nigerians know the true and real Muhammadu Buhari, as opposed to the conjuration we have had over decades. His book, Working with Buhari, Reflections of a Special Advisor from 2015 to 2023, was publicly presented on the 16th day of January 2024. And it was the first time the former president, Muhammadu Buhari, would make his way back to the Federal Capital Territory, Abuja, since he left office on the 29th of May, 2023. Well, Femi Adesina, the former special advisor to former President Muhammadu Buhari on media and publicity, joins me on the program today. Well, thank you for coming on 60 Minutes with me. It's been like 6-7 years of not really having these conversations.
Oh, that long?
But before your appointment as a special advisor, you wore many caps. You would be termed to have reached the height of your profession. You were the managing director of the Sun newspaper. You were also the president of the Nigerian Guild of Editors. That's top, in the hierarchy of journalism in Nigeria. And in spite of your initial misgiving, when you got that call from President Muhammadu Buhari, you served 2 terms as special advisor. Correct me if I'm wrong, you must be the first special advisor to do 8 years with the president since our return to democracy in 1999.
Yes, that would be correct.
Okay. Now, you've spoken about a certain myth about President Muhammadu Buhari, a narrative that his political enemies had sold and fed to the Nigerian public. What is this myth?
Over the years, you know that he first came as a military ruler.
Yes.
That's December 31, 1983 to August 27, 1985. And he ruled with an iron fist. That gave people the excuse to now say he was a dictator. When he came out in 2002 saying he had become a Democrat, they didn't believe him.
Yes.
They felt it could never happen. In fact, they felt he would be a worse dictator than he was as a military leader if he was ever elected. So there began systematic demarketing of the man Buhari. He's a dictator, he's a religious bigot, he's a Muslim zealot, he is a man who doesn't have a wide perspective of the country, he is too clannish, narrow,
Yeah.
and all that. All sorts of perspectives which were not correct. They succeeded in selling that to Nigerians in 2003, 2007, and 2011. So he didn't win the election in those years. But by 2015, Nigerians were not ready to buy those things again. Those arguments had become prosaic, jejune, and Nigerians just said, this is the man we want, and they voted him in. So a lot of people changed their minds about him, voted him, but there were some who remained in their entrenched positions That was why, having then worked closely with him for 8 years and seen that he is none of those things they paint him to be, I just felt I would write a book to put things in their proper perspectives.
And the book was well received by him. I just wondered, when you showed him the manuscript, because I know after you left office, you disappeared for a few months to finish the book.
Yes.
And then you got back and you went straight to see him in Daura.
Yes.
What was his reaction to the book?
Yeah, when I gave him the manuscript, the first thing he did was to go to the contents page.
Yes.
And when he looked at the titles of each chapter, some he will read and laugh, and then some he will just smile and nod. At the end of the day, he said, Nigerians will love to read this book. Nigerians will love to read this book. He flipped through the pages. There were some areas I asked him, I mentioned this. Should I remove it? He said, leave it. It's part of our history. Leave it there. Now that the book is out, I see them playing up all those in the media and trying to make mischief with it. I just laughed. They didn't know that even the former president had known and approved those parts to be
Okay,
there.
so I was reading one of the comments on Twitter. Someone said in reaction to your book that, it looks like this Mr. Adeshino, he don't plan this book. He knew that he was going to write these memoirs from day one. Your power of recollection is what they couldn't get over. So I suppose my question is, when you get an appointment such as that, is that the first thing that comes to your mind? I've got to start preparing for my memoirs. So when does the idea come in?
Not exactly. If you asked me along the line, are you going to write? I would say maybe yes, maybe no.
Yes.
I wasn't quite sure whether I would write or not. So it was not as if I went into government planning to write at the end of it all.
Yes.
I could have written and I may not have written. I just, sometime when we finished, decided that, okay, I will write. So it was not as if I went into government planning to write this. Let me tell you an encounter between myself and the then General Buhari on phone. The first time he called me was the build-up towards the 2007 election. I had written an article about him in the Sun newspapers. The following day, my phone just rang, and he said, this is Muhammadu Buhari. I said, which Buhari? He started laughing, and I just started laughing. I said, General! And then we started talking. He said, I read the article. He said, you must have the memory of an elephant. All those things you know there, how did you remember them? That was pre-2007. Okay. So most of the things in this book too, yes, some were jotted in the course of working in government, some were
retained.
Recalled. Yes, I retained and then recalled at the time I was writing.
So one of the more controversial topics that you touch upon in your book is that of Nnamdi Kanu, who is, by the way, still detained, been detained since June 2021. You alluded to the fact that if Nnamdi Kanu was not extradited to Nigeria, he would have been eliminated.
No. That was a twist of what I wrote. I read that twist, which is not correct. What the president said when the high-level delegation from the southeast came to the president, pleading that he released Nnamdi Kanu to them. They pledged that he would be of good behavior. And the president said what they were asking him was very difficult. One, because it was already a judicial matter, and he never likes to interfere with the judiciary. Once something is before the courts, he wants the courts to adjudicate on it. And then secondly, he said to them, you asked me to release him unconditionally. He said, it's like a boy who stood outside and began to throw stones into his own house.
Yes.
Then why should he be released unconditionally? He said, we are a government. If we had wanted to kill Nnamdi Kanu, even abroad, we could have arranged it.
Yeah.
But we decided to bring him back home so that he can have his day in court and justify all the allegations he had leveled against the country. He said the country is a zoo. Let him say it before the court.
Yes.
So the president said, we did him a favor by bringing him home so that he can justify all the allegations he has leveled against Nigeria. There was no plan to assassinate him, and the president said, we could have if we wanted, because we're a government. Said, but that didn't come into our thoughts at all. We preferred that he be brought home so that he could justify all the
all what he had been saying.
Yeah.
One of the most interesting recollections for me in that is the Emilio Con episode. And the decision, as you put it, by the principal aides of the former president to brief him when you were airborne. I think you were on a travel
with
the
Spain.
president in Spain then. So you all decided that once you were airborne, you as his advisor would approach him so that, according to you guys, you didn't want him to get a varied and distorted version. Now, we all remember that speech of Emilio Con. What could a varied and distorted version look like that would be worse than the perception and implication that those words had already created, on that fateful day in Abeokuta? I'm trying to see why your team thought it was important to brief the president, and why you thought it was possible for a varied and distorted version to be given to the president.
Now, when something happens, look at the newspapers and the news media generally. They take it from different perspectives. Some on point, some off point. Look at stories that have been written from this book, for instance. A lot have been distorted.
Yes.
So that was why we felt the president was going to land in Nigeria. He would read the newspapers, and then we didn't want it to be a surprise to him when he saw all the headlines and the papers going in different directions. He will now be wondering what is the truth. That was why we held that meeting, that once we were airborne, I should approach him and brief him on all that had happened, which I did.
What was his reaction?
He's a man of few words, very few words. He listened to me patiently, and that's one of his strong points. He listens. Anybody talking to him, he listens patiently. And after it, he said, Asiwaju said all that?
I'm surprised.
He's surprised. Asiwaju said all that? And then he said, thank you for coming to brief me. That was it. And that was it. And that was it. But later I learned that when you go to Asiwaju met him, and I think
they iron things out.
Yes, they iron things out.
Because, I'm thinking, to many of us observers who were watching the events leading up to the election, that speech would be said to have been targeted at the former president. It looked like a resistance. Of course, some of the current president's supporters have always thought that President Buhari was lukewarm at best to President Tinubu's ambition. And so in saying, Emilio Con, it is my turn, no one can stop me. No matter what you all throw at me, this is my turn. Especially, if you recall, he used the words Olule. He tried the first time, Olule. Tried the second time, Olule. So everyone thought there's only one person who's tried to be president 3 times, and it's President
It was not in doubt that he was talking about President Buhari. It was not in doubt. But then you see that immediately after that speech openly in Abeokuta, there was a press statement from Bayo Onanuga, who was a spokesman to the presidential campaign then, putting things in proper perspective. It's also in my book. You said lukewarm. Lukewarm is not the word I'll use. Neutral is the one I prefer to use. If a sitting president is lukewarm towards you,
nothing will happen.
Nothing will happen. If you know the power that resides in the presidency, you will know that if a sitting president is lukewarm towards you or doesn't want you, nothing will happen in your favor.
Yes.
The president was just neutral, and he allowed things to play out. And
he wanted a level playing field,
which he ensured
with all the candidates. Okay, yes. So till today, some of Asiwaju's supporters still have it in their minds that President Buhari didn't want Tinubu as his successor.
They have a right to their opinion. But recall that even against the electoral law, when the president voted in Daura, he displayed his ballot, showing that he voted APC. So, how else will a man prove that he wanted somebody as his successor than that? Yes.
Okay, but there's no doubt that the APC seems to have many blocks, and that's understandable. The four parties came together to form that party. Did you, as the head of the Buhari media team, feel at some point that the campaign of Asiwaju was distancing itself from the achievements of the administration that you served? In the run-up to the campaign, when the campaign first started, it looked as if they were going to be campaigning on the achievements of then Governor Bola Ahmed Tinubu as Governor of Lagos, rather than riding on the many achievements of Buhari in the last 8 years, which were the pioneer years of the APC at the presidency.
I didn't get that feeling. Maybe if that perception is there, some people try to play it up, but that is not the overriding perception, because President Buhari was with him in many of his campaign stops.
Yes.
If he didn't want him, one, he would not be there. If not that the Buhari achievements could be played up, he would not be there. Remember, I think the campaign flagged off in Jos. Remember that even candidate Tinubu could not speak. He was just saying, Buhari, 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 when he saw the overwhelming crowd. Without Buhari joining him in that campaign, I was in most of them, it wouldn't have been the same as what we saw. Yes. Because Buhari still, even after 8 years, he still had that cult-like following. Even today, when I go to Daura and he goes out, I go out with him, if you see how people still respond, it's simply wonderful. So I don't have that impression that the Tinubu campaign wanted to distance itself from the achievements of President Buhari. And many times, President Tinubu has also said that Buhari was like their precursor. And when they met at this book launch, you heard what he said.
In fact, people were surprised that the president turned up at your book launch. Everyone thought, we will see if Tinubu really turns up.
He gave his word.
And he did?
Yes, because I sent him an invitation, and the feedback I got was that he said, if you speak additional, I'll come. He is a good person. And since President Buhari is in town, I must be there as a sitting president. And he was true to his word.
Well, we'll take a break now. Join us again after the break. All right, welcome back, and I still want to stay on this issue of the alleged friction between the former president and, one of the things that the current president's supporters hold on to is that currency change, the Naira redesign. At the time it happened, the general word on the street was that a lot of politicians had hoarded Naira notes, and President Buhari had been briefed about that hoarding, and that in order to have clean elections, there was a decision taken to change the currency so that it would make it difficult for politicians to buy the votes from the electorate. What would be your reaction to Tinubu supporters who think that that singular policy was directed at them so that it would make it difficult for them to get people to vote for the APC?
Why would it be difficult for the APC and not for other parties? If it affected APC, it must affect PDP, it must affect Labour, it must affect all the other parties. The one thing leaders must know is that they need to be careful of what their supporters say. They need to discern carefully, otherwise they will cause problem between them and other leaders. So, if the Naira redesign policy was to give us cleaner elections, was it only one person that was going to the election? Was it only one party that was going to the election? So if it affected one party, it must affect all the parties. And no doubt, President Buhari still keeps saying that, do you know that in that election, 9 governors who wanted to go to the Senate couldn't win their elections? Do you see governors ever failing elections? The retirement home. Well, we failed during that election. So we had cleaner election. It was not targeted at any single politician or any party, but we had cleaner election. And do you also recall that even during that time, kidnapping stopped? Because if you kidnap anybody and you ask for ransom, there was no cash to bring. I remember that in Kano, was it the APC secretary that was kidnapped? Day 1, day 2, day 3? Nothing. Nobody answered their call, nobody brought a dime. When the captors were tired, they just slapped the man 3 times and pushed him out. Bad market. Because there was nobody answering them because there was no money to bring.
Was the president fully briefed? Because there's still this brouhaha in the polity about whether or not the president was properly briefed, whether or not the then CBN governor had the capacity to push forward this policy. Were we prepared for that Naira redesign?
Yes, I was privy to most of the things that happened as build-up to that redesign. How many times Godwin Emefiele came to meet with the president, meetings they held, which I sat in, and I had to issue statements and all that. So I guess the policy was properly enunciated. The actual implementation may not have been as seamless as it should be, but the enunciation was good, and the president was convinced that it was the way to go. If you read this book, he spoke about it.
Are any of you who are the members of the media team of Buhari surprised that sometimes when you read the papers or you listen to current members of this administration, it would seem that the government of Buhari is being vilified by members of the same party? I still remember the current National Security Advisor, Nuhu Ribadu, talking about how this administration inherited almost nothing in terms of kind of economy, and some of them saying things like, oh, the country was run aground for the last 8 years by President Muhammadu Buhari. I mean, the shocking thing for many people is that both Buhari and Tinubu are from the same party. And we're surprised that from the same party would come such harsh words about the former president.
Well, I ascribe it to limited knowledge. If you have limited knowledge about something, what should you do? Try to understand it. Try to read up, try to get information. But if you begin to speak without having done that, your shallowness will come out. So it was limited knowledge that made some people say what they said. And do you know the response of President Buhari to us privately? Said, leave them. Everything is documented. That's what he said. Everything is documented.
So he's not worried, he's not fearful if there's a probe?
Not at all. During this launch, he was talking about the importance of documentation. That was what he meant. He said nothing was done under the veil of secrecy under his administration, and everything is on record. So those who said what they said, if they had sought to look at the records, they would have been better educated, and so would not have said what they said.
Did the president have a preferred successor? in that last election?
He was neutral. One, if you had a preferred successor, the power that resides in the office of the president is so enormous, nothing will have stopped that person.
From emerging.
Nothing will have stopped.
So when the former Senate president was pushed forward and it was implied that it was President Buhari's choice, that wasn't true at all.
There was a statement that came saying the president hadn't endorsed anybody. Okay.
He didn't endorse his vice president either?
Not anybody. He just said, please go to the primaries, let the best person win. Whoever emerges.
And he received many visits from everyone who was aspiring.
Oh yes, that's the right thing to do. He was a father of the country. So a good father should create a level playing field and bless anybody aspiring.
But you know that all those who were coming to tell him were obviously coming to tell him because, you know, they thought...
They were endorse them.
Yes.
Well, maybe they didn't know President Buhari enough. Those of us that know him know that he's such a fair-minded person. If he does something and he thinks he has wronged another person in that process, no, he would rather not do it. He's a person who is always mindful of the last day when Allah will ask him questions and judge him. Yeah. This is what he told me. You get to see it in that book later. When there was talk about lopsided appointments in the country, particularly in the area of security, the day he called me to announce Lawal Daura as DGDSS, he had removed Ita Ekpeyong from South-South. So I said, Mr. President, tongues are wagging that you are appointing too many people from the north. You have removed a man from South-South. Why not replace him with another person from the South-South? He now told me that when he's going to fill positions like that, a committee is set up, a search team is set up, and they work. At the end of the day, they come with 3 recommendations. 1, 2, 3.
Yeah.
With number 1 being the best, number 2 second best, number 3 also appointable. Most times, 90, 95 out of 100 in 8 years, President Buhari will always approve number 1. And what he told me that day was, if somebody has come first in that exercise, and because of his religion, or because of his ethnicity, or because of language, or because of anything, and not bypassing, appoint another person, Allah will judge me on the day of judgment.
So it didn't matter what part of the country you were from, you were the next in line.
If you were the best in the exercise, it didn't matter where you came from. And like I said in the book, that's the bit ahead of its time in Nigeria. Because Nigeria not only would look at everything from the area of where you hail from, they will look at it from religion. So President Buhari didn't countenance all that. He just went for the best in any exercise.
Let me bring you back now to your relationship with the late Chief of Staff, Abba Kyari. I was shocked to read that there was a fractured relationship between yourself and him. Did he perhaps favor someone else for your post?
Fractured will not be my word. Frosty will not be my word. I'll just say not convivial. We didn't have that kind of relationship that you would think a special advisor would. His successor, Professor Ibrahim Gambari, I had a better relationship with him.
Yes.
Because the day he resumed, he said, Femi, just take me as a big uncle. Yeah. And anything I needed to discuss, I went straight to him. The late Abba Kyari didn't have that kind of disposition. He was a bit aloof. And you are the way you are. You can't help it. Yeah. If that was the way he was made, no problem. What you probably have read about my relationship from him were the excerpts people took from that book, which was not complete. For you to get a complete picture of my relationship with him, read the entire chapter, A Tale of Two Chiefs of Staff. When you read it, everything will fall into place. The video just took what will sound good, what the readers will like, and what will reverberate, and
will latch on.
Will latch on to. If you read the entire story of my relationship with him, how I mourned him when he passed on.
I know.
I genuinely felt it when he passed on, because I would have wanted him to finish with the administration and but
because it got me thinking that were you an outsider when Buhari brought you in? I think if not the first appointment, the first 2-3 appointments that President Buhari made.
Yes.
And a lot of people were shocked. I wasn't. But we all knew your relationship with the then General Buhari.
Yes.
You know, so I thought, okay, was it that he considered you to be an outsider brought in?
I wouldn't think so, because he just needed to know what was the background between me and General Buhari, who later became President Buhari, and then he wouldn't consider me an outsider. As far back as 2013, when my mother died, President Buhari came to attend the commendation service we did for her in Lagos here, a Christian service, and he stayed all through. So I was still active in the media during the campaign, but I was giving support from the outside. And that was what I thought I would give even to the administration, support from outside.
Yeah.
But eventually when I was invited to come, it took me a while to decide to go. You will see that the very day I had to resign my appointment as Sun MD and President Guild of Editors, I began to cry, because I didn't want to leave uncertainty for uncertainty. I had never worked in government before. I didn't know how it would be, and but because it was President Buhari, that was why I went.
You made a point that you never worked in government before. Is it that the opportunity never came, you didn't actively seek it, or you just were not interested?
I was not interested. And I remember that one of my active readers in the media, Jafet is his name, he sought me out one day, came to the Sun, and said, I want to meet the person who writes this thing week after week. So he came and we got talking. And then he asked me, would you ever serve in government? I said, no. Straight, I said, no. Then I thought about it again and I modified my position. I said, well, I can serve in the government headed by Muhammadu Buhari. That was what I told him. That was my conviction then. Any other person apart from Muhammadu Buhari, I wouldn't have taken.
So now, if you're called upon to serve, like in your home state or Osun State, for instance, would you be open to that?
After 8 years, you get tired, don't you? After 8 years, I felt I had done my bit. Out of 200 million Nigerians, I had served for 8 years, more than my fair share.
And you also call it a thankless job.
Well, they call it so, but me, I wouldn't call it so. You remember, if you read that book, you will see the encounter between me and the Sultan of Sokoto. He had known me before I took on the assignment. He called me Kuli Kuli after my email address. So, the very week I was appointed, he came to the villa and saw me. He said, Kuli Kuli, this job you are come to do, it's a thankless job. He said, with your predecessors, it has been a thankless job. He said, but with you, it shall not be so. And I said, amen to it. So today, I don't see it as a thankless job. It was a tough job, no doubt, but not thankless.
I remember when you were appointed and you coined that phrase, wailing wailers. You know, your strict loyalty to President Muhammadu Buhari. I've always wanted to know your reaction to critics who said that statement, wailing wailers, was unbecoming of a presidential spokesperson.
There's a perspective. Perspectives are free. They had the right to it. But you know, the truth about the wailing wailers was that it was directed at the PDP and Olisa Metu, their spokesman.
Yes.
In the first few months in office, you find that President Buhari could not do anything right. Anything he did, Olisa Metu will issue a statement. If it rained heavily, he will issue a statement. If it didn't rain at all, it was Buhari's fault. If you saw a wall gecko in his house, Buhari turned to that wall gecko. And all that. One day I now said, what is this? I now did a tweet that these people, they are forgetting that they have lost power. And they will be out of power for a long time. Wailing wailers. That was my tweet. Now, it was directed at Olisa Metu and his party. But anti-Buhari elements online say, oh, he's abusing us, he has called us wailing wailers. So they appropriated that tag to themselves. If they decided to appropriate it, I left them. They were welcome to take it.
my concluding moments now with former special advisor to former President Muhammadu Buhari, Femi Adesina. All right, so two major issues that made Buhari trend. I mean, very, very major issues. One, Jubril Al-Sudan, and of course his purported wedding to the Humanitarian Affairs Minister, Sefia Omar. I mean, they even printed invitations. We heard Professor Shimbaji when he gave that anecdote at the launch saying, you know, he wanted to sue people who he felt had defamed him, and the president said, at least they didn't print IV for you. People were even calling color. So I want to get a feeling of what happens in the villa when issues like this come up. Give us a real look into how the president reacts to those sort of stories in conversations with you. Because I know you've told me that he reads the papers voraciously, and you brief him every morning on, you know, issues that you
I
think
tell him he wants to see.
he wants to know what is going on. So, what was his reaction to that Jubril Al-Sudan first?
Well, the Jubril of Sudan was foolishness. It was completely obtuse. He left the country in January on a medical trip. He came back in March, went again in April, and came back finally in August. August 19 to be precise. The day he arrived, I remember that the then Chief of Defense Staff, General Gabriel Olonishaki, was giving out his daughter in wedding. So I went to attend that wedding, and naturally I was in Agbada and cap. Before I left for church, I had got a message that he would be arriving that day, that I should inform Nigerians. So I issued a statement. From the church, we went to the reception. I left the reception about 3 o'clock.
Yes.
The president was to land at 4, and I didn't feel I should go back home to change before going to the airport. So I went to the airport. If you still recall the tape of that day, you will see that when he shook me, we were laughing. And what did he say when he shook my hand? He said, Adesina, this is the best I've seen you dressed. So you made it complete today. Agbada, we clapped to Mark and we laughed. Now the question is, if he was Jubril, will he even recognize me? Will he know I'm Adesina? Will he know how I normally dress?
Yes.
So that just knocked out the story of Jubril for me.
Yes.
Anybody that said it, I knew was being foolish. How do you think the man that was in the villa was another person and his wife will not know? He says I saw him every day.
How did that story start, and how did it get entrenched to the point that people believed?
And you know it came from Nnamdi Kanu.
Right.
Yes, it was the one that started it.
That the real worry is there.
Yes, and you know that Nnamdi Kanu has a large following. Everything he says to some people is the gospel truth. So they received it, they believed it, but those of us that know. And you know, before the president himself left government, he responded to it.
Yes.
He said it was absolute foolishness, which I believe it is.
Did he laugh about it? I mean, at some point it must have been funny to him.
No, he just dismissed it. Okay. He just dismissed it. Just like one time there was this thing in the social media about his daughter getting married on a certain day at a certain venue.
Yes.
It was so widespread. And I went to his office and said, oh, so I see that a wedding is coming up in the family. He said, where did you get that? I said, social media. He said, don't mind those nuisance.
There was no wedding?
No, not at that time. Yet, they had appointed a venue, named one of his daughters, and everything was false.
The other funny one was his purported wedding, and people turning up at the Central Mosque on Friday for prayers. And everyone assuming that the wedding was going to hold, and they all turned up.
Yes.
Even though they were not directly told by the president that I will be getting married.
That shows you how fertile the imagination of some mischief makers can be. When the president was ill and was in London, and after he had come round and he was recovering, I remember he placed a call to me one Saturday. And he said, Adesina, thank you for holding out against the mischief makers. He said, I see everything you do, I watch. He knows that there are plenty of mischief makers in the country. That purported wedding was a product of mischief makers. Recall that the DSS arrested one man whom they paraded, who did a tape purporting that the president was going to marry the finance minister.
Yes, Zainab.
Zainab. So that's just part of it. And then they say that of the humanitarian affairs minister too. Just concoction.
Those were funny times. Did the former president have any regrets?
I have attempted to answer this question before, and the media twisted it. That I said he regrets so many things.
Yes.
And my answer was that there is no human being who does everything right all the time. You can't claim that everything you do 100% all the time. No, there will be some shortcomings with the benefit of hindsight. But regret is a very strong word. What I would say is that President Buhari did what he considered was good for Nigeria at any given time. With the benefit of hindsight, he may feel, oh, maybe this one I should have done this way, or this way, or this way. But regret would be a very strong word. Why did he apologize for some things? Because maybe he felt it rubbed some people down the wrong way. So, regret would not be the word, but he just felt maybe this could have been done better. His guiding principle was to do the best thing for all Nigerians at all times, to the best of his ability.
One of the things that Nigerians are disappointed about is that they thought in President Buhari coming in as a former general that the issue of insecurity would have been tackled more than we saw. Yes, when he came in, Boko Haram was controlling some areas and some local governments in the northeast and all that, but we subsequently saw many incidents, the Buniyadi incident, we saw the Chibok girls.
Buniyadi was before him. Chibok was not even under him.
It was under Jonathan.
It was under Jonathan, and they recovered a large number of the Chibok girls. Dapchi was under him, and within that week, majority of the girls were recovered except about 3 or 5, including Leah Sharibu.
In terms of that insecurity, could he have done more?
He did his best. What I'd like you to recall is that before Buhari came, every day in this country, bombs went off 5, 6, 7 places. Daily. In fact, we, our friends of Ruben Abati, used to even jest that Ruben already had a template for his statements of bombing. He just would change the time and the date. Because there could be 7 bomb blasts in one day. Yes. He would just fit in the venue and the time to differentiate it from the last one he issued. But by the time Buhari left, did you still hear bombs? No, you didn't hear bombs. Schools were being bombed, markets were being bombed, motor parks were being bombed, lives were lost in hundreds. He had made tremendous progress on the security front. It was not fully accomplished, but a lot had been achieved. Those who live in the Northeast will say it better. I remember that in his last year in office, February of 2023, we went to Yobe. We were in the palace of the Emir, who told us that previous years nobody could stay in that palace. Everybody had evacuated, including himself, the Emir. He said they put $1 billion in that palace. Nobody but you were to go in there to say you want to take that money. Because Boko Haram was sitting there. But by that time, the emirs had returned to their palaces. Orientation camps for NYSC that had been shut down had resumed. Roads that were impassable had resumed. President Buhari did a lot in terms of combating insecurity. It was not fully accomplished, but that is why governance is a continuum. Wherever one government stops, another one continues.
No government can do everything.
I've never seen that government.
Chapter 21 of your book, you talk about the official trips. Total trips made by President Buhari were 94, 19 trips in 2016, 2023 and 2021, 5 trips each. 2022 trips. I wondered why you only did 2 trips in 2020.
2020? Yes. No, it couldn't have been 2 trips. The only year that the trips were limited was 2017. the year when he had his medical challenge. Yes. And then 2020 was the COVID lockdown, that year too.
Yes, that's why.
Yes.
That's why.
You know, COVID came December 2019, 2020 was the year of lockdown. From January to August, September, there was nothing happening internationally. Even the UN General Assembly that we used to attend every September was done virtually. So the world was locked down.
What do you say to critics who say, well, 94 trips in 8 years, but nothing to show for it?
Well, it's a language they like, the critics. Nothing to show for it. They will see Second Niger Bridge, still nothing to show for it. They will see Lagos-Ibadan Expressway, nothing to show for it. They never see anything. They will see local Oweto Bridge, nothing to show for it. That's their language.
What do you consider to be President Buhari's legacy projects? The projects that will stand him out in years to come?
Well, infrastructure first. Do you know that Bonny never had a road? The Bodo-Bonny Bridge is on as we speak. In the first time in the history of Nigeria, Bonny will be linked by road, and history will have it that it was under President Buhari. Second Niger Bridge, President Buhari. Local Oweto Bridge that links North Central has cut travel time by about 3 hours. It was under President Buhari. Lagos-Ibadan Expressway, since it was made in 1978, had never been done all over again. Now it is there. I remember reading a tweet by Dele Momodu, who is one of the Buhari critics.
Yes.
He said he left Osogbo and he was surprised to find himself in Lagos in about 2 hours. That was the same journey that would take you 6 hours before Buhari. Because Lagos-Ibadan Expressway, you can do it in 1 hour. So those are things to remember President Buhari for. And then that's in the area of infrastructure. There are many others. But for me, one very important thing that Nigeria should never forget is that the economy was diversified. Our economy had a mainly mono product, oil. All governments before Buhari had paid lip service to diversifying the economy. They never got it done. But under Buhari, oil that used to account for about 90% of GDP began to account for just 9%. Because Agric had taken the large chunk, ICT had taken another large chunk. Oil, there was a year oil accounted for just 9% of the GDP. So, if Buhari hadn't come and placed emphasis on agriculture that way, you know what would have happened? Particularly during the lockdown, the whole world was shut down. If you wanted to import food, nobody would sell to you because they needed the food in their own countries too. And cash was not available.
There was no movement.
No movement. Exactly. From Thailand, how would you move it? If he hadn't placed the emphasis on diversifying the economy through agriculture, how would Nigerians have survived? There would have been riots everywhere. In Venezuela, an oil-producing country like Nigeria, they were crossing the border to look for food because oil was the only thing they had. But because Nigeria had diversified the economy, we had rice, we had beans, we had maize, all the grains, we were not importing again. So I think that will stand Buhari's regime in good stead, that really Nigerian economy became diversified and oil was no longer the mainstay of the economy under Buhari.
And what would you say to those who say that he shouldn't claim the second Niger Bridge as his achievement because it wasn't started by him?
Oh, really?
It was started by former President Goodluck Jonathan.
From the ask Minister Fashola, he will tell you how that project began from scratch and how it ended. Buhari is not tussling with anybody. Do you know that a lot of projects that were started by his predecessors, he completed them? That shows you that...
Is there anything wrong with completing projects?
Exactly. You know, PDP was, I don't want to say foolish, unsmart. PDP was unsmart enough to say, it is our project that is completing. Is there anything wrong with that? Is that not why governance is a continuum? But second Niger Bridge from scratch was a Buhari project. Minister Fashola told me, and I recall he told you in a documentary you did, that when he was appointed, President Buhari called him to the office and said, there are 3 or 4 projects I want you to do for me. 1, Second Niger Bridge. 2, Lagos-Ibadan Expressway. 3, Enugu-Onitsha Expressway. And 4, Abuja-Zaria-Kaduna Kano Road. He said, do me those 4 projects. And you can do whatever you like after that. That's President Buhari for you.
Well, you talked about Dr. Reuben Abati earlier on, and I remember when his term was over as special advisor, he had written this article when he said, when the phone stops ringing. So I wanted to ask you, now that you left office as special advisor, has your phone stopped ringing?
There's no difference. No difference between how I received calls when in office and how I receive now. In fact, when my phones begin to ring back to back, my wife will say, don't they know you are no longer in government? There's no difference, really. Because before I went into government, my phones were very busy. In government, very busy. Out of government, still very busy.
All right, so on a final note, I want to take you back to November 2015. You were coming on a trip from Malta.
No, going
to Malta with President Buhari. You talked about wind share. I'm just imagining all of you on that flight. Were you all giving each other the look as if is this the end?
This is how that plane is structured. There were 3 compartments at the tail of the plane. You had the security people and some media people. They sit there. In the midsection, you had the senior aides there. I usually also would sit there. The president had his own cabin, but to keep the president company, they will invite 1 or 2 senior aides to sit with him. So on that day on the trip to Malta, I was sitting with him in his cabin. It was an uneventful flight. When we were about landing, the pilot announced that we were to land and all that. Suddenly, as the plane was about touching down, it began to go zig-zag, zig-zag. We were looking at one another. When he now touched the tarmac
with force,
it was going to turn around to face where it was coming from. President said, "What kind of landing is this?" And then the pilot came to us from the cockpit and he said, "Mr. President and distinguished passengers on board, what we just experienced is what is called wind shear, when the direction of the wind suddenly changes." And that was how it happened. We'll fly according to the direction of the wind. So when that direction changes, it swings the plane. Yeah. The plane almost turned back to face where it was coming. It was really a tough one. But we thank God that the pilots were experienced.
That was scary.
It was. But President said to say, "What kind of landing is this?"
I mean, imagine if you are the pilot or the president, you don't really want anything.
No, that's why it must be the best set of.
Are there Nigerian pilots flying?
They are all Nigerians. Most of them are from the Air Force. We have a sprinkle of some others who are civilians, but most of them are from the Air Force. I want to tell you that it's a big relief that we finished the assignment, we finished it well, we finished it in one piece. We finished it with our names intact. It is good.
And the FCC is not coming out. No.
Not even. You said just yet. It did not happen because it was a media office. Like I said in my book, in the first 5 years, we didn't even have a budget. So what will the FCC come to look at? What will they come to look at? So, and the way I was brought up, my father inculcated it in us. Honesty is the best policy. He got us to recite it as children. Honesty is the best policy. If there had been a budget of billions in my office, everything would be accounted for. That is the way I was brought up.
Thank you very much, Mr. Adesina, for speaking with me today. Thank you for watching.
Thank you.
I'm Angela Ajitumobi.
Increase the reach of your events or business services. To advertise on Plus TV Africa, please call 0906 000 5719 or 0909 040 8408 or send an email to marketing@plustvafrica.com. Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
The pandemic opened the world to a new dispensation regarding work. How people work and the career paths they take differ from generation to generation. There are 5 generations present in the modern workplace, each with unique expectations and perspectives. A person's career path is described as the work they do and the roles they hold as they climb up the ladder. Before the millennium, career paths for many was simply linear, which could be a person working at the same organization and growing there till they retired, or a person working in the same role but changing jobs a couple of times. Security and staying power were the cornerstone of this career path. However, with modern technology, a person's career path can be as multifaceted and versatile as the individual wishes. Millennials now work multiple roles in their career trajectories, pursue numerous passions that are sometimes interwoven, and work at different roles in their journeys. Baby boomers and Generation X only considered a job good if it gave them the security to work there till they retire. But for millennials and Gen Z, the workplace has changed and so has the career structure. Millennials often change their career paths or juggle multiple interests simultaneously. Being able to move from one job to another might signal a person's employability and adaptability. Baby boomers tend to believe that working long hours is what defines success and value face-to-face interactions with co-workers. In contrast, millennials believe that innovation and flexibility are key ingredients for success at work. The shift in occupational structures, for example, the increasing gig economy, is leading to polarization in employment, wages, and inequalities. From remote work policies to virtual leadership, the pandemic changed how we work. The opportunity to telework increased for some, such as knowledge workers, but not for frontline workers. Among the benefits are an improved work-life balance for some, as well as changed attitudes to well-being. Teleworking can lead to a higher productivity and lower operating costs for companies. Work is increasingly flexible and decentralized. Working from home or out of a workspace is favored by many because of the flexibility that comes with it. Millennials and Gen Zs prefer flexible work schedules and part-time hours so that they can balance their work and life compared to older generations who prefer security.
Some people are social people. You know, when they go to the office, they have friends everywhere. Good morning. How was the football match? You know, you just with your colleagues and stuff like that. That social element at work, a lot of people need it. Me personally, I'm an extrovert, but I'm also high on the introverted side. I like going to parties, I like making friends, but I also like keeping to myself. So at work, I'm not the friendliest. I would smile, I would say hi, but I don't need to. So it depends on your personality and what you need. For me, work from home works a lot for me because I get to spend time with my family. I'm always in the house with my partner, and that really makes me happy.
Local government financial autonomy. Makinde sets a committee to review Supreme Court judgment. As a former governor of Ekiti State, Fayose says autonomy won't work. I am Bola Oba. Fits is plus politics. Local government financial autonomy, Supreme Court judgment. Oyo State Governor Seyi Makinde has constituted a special technical and legal committee to review the recent Supreme Court judgment on local government financial autonomy. Governor Seyi Makinde, before the close
the meeting berated the Supreme Court judgment and strategies by the federal government to usurp undue authority over the state and local government administration, thereby causing tension within the nation's polity, rather than focusing on other germane issues affecting the nation's economy. Similarly, Ayodele Fayose, a former governor of Ekiti State, says the Supreme Court verdict granting financial autonomy to the 7 rest of the 4 local government areas could prove impracticable. Fayose said that even though he does not subscribe to the state governors taking the funds of local governments, it is difficult to separate both tiers. He said that the House of Assembly of every state controls the activities and checks the activities of the local government. Last week, the Apex Court ruled that the federal government should henceforth pay allocations directly to local governments.
I believe a lacuna has been created between that Supreme Court decision and the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. We all swore, I swore to uphold the Constitution, but the law is the law. If the law says, if the law is in conflict, it behoves on us to look for our own homegrown solution that will ensure that we have transparency, we can operate, and our people, because when 2 elephants are fighting, the grass will suffer. Your state will get out of this even stronger. We are people that we know what is good for our people. We can run our own affairs. The federal government is not superior constitutionally to the state government. Well, they have more resources than the states. I believe a lacuna has been created.
Meeting today was to discuss what happens to Oyo State government, to the welfare of the people, to the development of the people going forward. And committees have been set up, like I said. They have between 4 to 6 weeks to look into all the issues that may arise, because the judgment will not drive itself at the local levels. The judgment will not, deliver development by itself. People will still be involved. And that is what the meeting of today was all about.
Joining us to look at things is the lawyer and public affairs analyst, Tunde Kolawole. Also joining us is the House Leader of Councillors at the Onigbogbo LCDA, Honorable Kayode Opayemi, and a lawyer and public affairs analyst, Gerald Okoli. Gentlemen, welcome to Plus Politics.
You're welcome.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Honorable Opayemi, let me start with you.
Yes, sir.
You are in a peculiar situation. Number one, you are an elected councillor, but the contraption, the local governance institution where you function is a stranger to the Nigerian Constitution. So you cannot be a beneficiary, either directly or by proxy of this judgment credit to the third tier of government. Well, what would be your response to that?
Number one, I want to beg to disagree with you that we are strangers because we are LCD. If I would understand where you are coming from, where you're going to. Reason why is that we should remember that the Supreme Court judgment created reasons, the elements of necessity that brought about the creation of the LCDAs. If you go back to the history, when our president was our governor, he decided to expand the local councils to 57, and the then President Obasanjo, took it up as an issue. And eventually, they had to go to the court, and the Supreme Court judgment gave a ruling that the state has the power to create local government, but the process was incoherent. If you remember that statement, incoherent.
Well, incoherent. The process was incoherent.
Incoherent, yeah, thank you. It was incoherent, and by what it means is that it is not complete. It has not followed, it has not completed this process. And by so doing, that they can eventually, those 37 local government created out of the 20 can be made to be local council development areas. And in that wise, I think it was also given that the 20 local government will have the funds, but don't forget, sir, that the LCDAs are also part of those 20 local governments. They were formed from a local government, so we are not strangers, not in any way. We are still in existence, and don't forget now, what I want to put into it is a process that has been run for 21 good years successfully, that has been operating even better than some existing local governments from other states that have conducted elections in those local governments for more than some local governments that are existing in the constitution cannot be called strangers. Thank you.
Okay, I want to believe that with your very articulate line of defense, maybe I should withdraw the word stranger and say at best, LCDAs, as they function in Lagos and other states of the Federation, are acquaintances to the Constitution as a result of the pronouncement of the Supreme Court on the litigation by the then Lagos State government on the creation of local council development authorities as an inchoate entity as pronounced by the Supreme Court. Okay, let me go to Barrister Okolie. Barrister Okolie, are you there?
I'm here, I can hear you.
Fantastic. Barrister Okolie, the Supreme Court, from the responses of the governor of Oyo State and the former governor of Ekiti State, may have pushed itself into a cul-de-sac that is generally taught against in law schools, that courts must be very careful not to make pronouncements that may ultimately end up being academic. Because we are at a point now where it does seem, from the responses of former Governor Fayose and Makinde, and which may be the sentiments of many governors that are not talking out now, realpolitik would or may end up making the pronouncement or the ruling of the Supreme Court quite academic, and the governors may ultimately still just find a way around what the Supreme Court is trying to achieve. Your response, sir?
The law is dynamic. Current ground norm of Nigeria is the 1999 Constitution as amended severally over time. In practice, we've not been practicing the LCDA form of governance. It's a new contraption that governors brought up. It started from the current president when he was a governor. And we've always had local government system where funds are paid directly to the local government chairman. I think the finance minister then, Dr. Okonjo-Iweala, used to post on national dailies funds that were paid to each of the 774 local governments in Nigeria. And if you go back to the 1999 Constitution, it recognizes only the local governments. It does not recognize LCDAs. So I don't think that what the Supreme Court did was, by their ruling, was an academic exercise. It's something that has been practiced over time.
I think, sir,
we can still go back to it.
You may not have understood my question very well. My question fundamentally centers around the fact that even if the fund coming from the Federation account goes directly to the local government councils, as you have rightly explained that at some point, the former Minister of Finance used to publish funds going to those local government councils. I am saying that given the response of Governor Makinde, the local government chairman may be hounded to give the funds to the governor or spend the funds as directed by the governor, because as Governor Fayose stated, real politics says that those governors are holding their offices at the mercy of their governors. Those local government chairmen are holding their offices at the mercy of the local government chairman. I'll come back to you, Barrister Okolie. I have another lawyer, Barrister Kolawole. What would be your response, Barrister Kolawole, to that? Hello?
Hello, am I audible?
Is Barrister Kolawole still there? Okay. Barrister Okolie, you may want to have a go at that.
Okay. In continuation to what I was saying, because I wanted to arrive at that, I wanted to first of all say that what the Supreme Court decided is not an academic exercise. It's something that has been practiced over time, and you can still go back to it. Now, coming to the governors, after having the local government chairmen exercising their powers and existence at the mercy of the governors. Why it's like that is because we don't have a good election system for the local governments. You see a situation whereby elections are conducted for local government, and the party in power in that state sweeps all the posts from councillor to all the chairmen. So this is a good step in the right direction, but more effort should be placed to ensure that there is full local government autonomy. That is to say, ensuring that elections that usher in the local government chairman and the councillors are free, credible, and trusted. That way, development can get to the grassroots. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Barrister Okolie. Is Dr. Kolawole there now?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, let me go back to Honorable Opayemi. Honorable Opayemi.
Let me start.
I'm here. I'm all here.
Let's start from the point of view that it is shocking to me that the federal government took that kind of a case to Supreme Court for education. I say this in all sense of responsibility. Because the people who are serving the responsibility of the federal government today have either once been governors of the state, they have either been senators, or they have either also been local government to examine themselves and others. And you find out that when they were governors and what have you, all the issues that are associated with the management of the resources of the local government today, the structures of the local government today, elections or democracy at the grassroots level, at the local government level and all that, began from under their domain. So what has led to the change of heart today, I really don't know. And as we say in law, whoever goes to equity go with a clean hand. It doesn't appear to me that those who took this case to court have a clean hand in respect of this matter. That is my first point of departure. The second one is that when you look at the decision of the Supreme Court and all that, it would appear to me just like one of the contributors have said, to be born out of the doctrine of necessity. The Supreme Court does not want the local government to start off the way it is going. Because if the local government is not protected, the rapacious manner in which the governors are managing those local governments will eventually lead to threat of the local government. And whereas you and I should know that the local government have more responsibility under them than even the state government, than even the federal government and all that. So when you look at chapter 1, part 2 of the Constitution, I think under section 7 there, you will see that what the Supreme Court has simply tried to do is to protect the local government from withering out.
Especially on the side of the councillors. I know of like 20, let me say 10 or more councillors that are from various parties. Accord, we have councillors that are from Accord party. We have councillors that are from PDP. We even have a councillor that I know that is from HELP in this Lagos state, which shows that Lagos state election has been relatively, let me use the word relatively, fair to a great extent. Now, if we are now talking about the local government election and we want to assert our independence, see, your sovereignty is what you are giving to me as an elected person. How many people within our citizenry believe in the local government? We have nostalgia at the local government election level, whereby people don't come out to vote. Those places where people came out to vote, they were able to elect the people of their choice. I can tell you of that of Agege. I can tell you of that of Mainland. I can tell you of that of Odiolowo. You can go and testify. So when we are coming to make assertions, we should be able to be empirical about it. Now, going to the state independent electoral commissions, just like my learned fellow stated, there's not, when it comes to constitutionality, it can never be academical. Don't forget that in the Nigerian constitution, the creation of state electoral commission exists very, very prominently in our constitution. So if at all we want to even go about that, we have to go to the National Assembly, whereby the constitution will be amended, and maybe that article will be taken over and be given, and then INEC will be given the power to conduct the election. But it is not as we are saying that if INEC should conduct election, then there will be this El Dorado in the way we conduct election. It is not so. It is about the people who have the nostalgia at local government level to vote. It is about every one of us that are participating. It is about the desperation of some people who feel that under most, their party must have the total control of the state. You see, the institutions are there. The players in the institution, how well, as in how sincere are they to us? How sincere are they? The players and everybody that are there, how sincere, how committed are we? These are issues that we should be talking about. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Honorable Okwayemi. I want to believe that you too would understand that Lagos may be a bit of an aberration from what prevails across the country. Local council elections have just been held in Adamawa. Local council elections have just been held in one other state of the Federation, and the ruling parties in those states carried all the elected offices, including all the councillorship positions. I am not gainsaying your submission about Lagos, but even in Lagos, the ruling party controls the 57 local government and local council chairmen. Am I right about that, sir?
You are right, but I can answer you if you give me the opportunity to say something about that.
Go ahead, please.
Yeah. So, sir, winning election is about putting structures down. Lagos State would always have its ways of winning local government election because many of the parties that are in Lagos State, they only wait every 4 years to come and conduct, participate in presidential elections, senatorial elections, House of Rep election, House of Assembly, and governor election. Once that is won, they go back and then they go and sleep. Even most of these parties that we are talking about that they won elections, many of the people who won the election were people who were aggrieved in our party, who had to use those parties as a platform to contest for elections so that they can win, and eventually they did. So the chairman winning election is about the structure that is on ground. If you don't have structure in which you are going to use in winning election, and you just wake up tomorrow and you say you want to win election, it might not be possible.
Okay, Barrister Okoli, we are coming back to my first poser to you now. Realpolitik, as explained by Honorable Opayemi, who is a practitioner of the trade, speaks to the fact that as good as the intention of the justices of the law lords, the justices of the Supreme Court may be, at the end of the day, is a function of the point that you made so articulately. That's, how elections conducted by the state independent electoral commissions are somewhat relatively warped when juxtaposed with elections conducted by INEC. Two, your colleague, the Honorable, has also just accentuated the fact that structure, and when politicians use the word structure, they are basically talking about the enormous resources that seem always to be at the advantage of the ruling party, where the governor is the bankroller. So this pronouncement of the Supreme Court, in view of all these realities, what does it amount to? If you want to give us any form of enlightenment from your position and as a minister, as a minister in the Court of Justice, especially the Supreme Court, any form of enlightenment from you?
Okay. First, it's like I said before, it's a step in the right direction, but it's not the whole step. There are more steps to getting it right. And what do? First of all, we have to get our election system to be very okay. Our election, even the ones for National Assembly, even the ones for State Houses of Assembly, even the ones for governorship and presidential, we've not gotten them right. And it will trickle down to the local government elections. What am I trying to say? When people are done with voting for these elections, like I said before, there is a sense of disillusionment that affects them when it comes to coming out to vote for the local government council elections. And this peters off and extends to how people view the local government councils. In fact, as a matter of fact, where I live in Abuja, most often than not, we don't even feel the impact of the local governments. So it shows that for people to understand and appreciate the local government system, a lot of our institutions have to be strengthened. And what am I trying to say? The institutions that are used for elections, we are talking about the electoral commissions, we are talking about the security agencies, that is the police, the military, and the paramilitary agencies. We are talking about the individuals, those who are caught messing up with the electoral system, are supposed to be punished adequately. It will serve as a deterrent. So when people know that their votes will count and their votes are actually counting, they will participate more in local government council elections, and they will hold their councillors and their chairmen, they will hold them more responsible than they will even hold their governors, because these people, these chairmen, these councillors are people that they can see on a regular basis. They attend the same church, they sit down in the same area, in fact, they possibly read at the same newspaper stands. So when you see that you can feel, you know your councillor, you know your chairman, and you can feel what they are doing, then you can give them feedback on how to get things right. And this is how development will trickle down to the average Nigerian. Thank you.
I still tend to hear you speaking to the idealism of the Constitution, how it ought to be. And for me, you seem to be deliberately speaking above the reality of what prevails. I guess maybe because you live in Abuja, because relatively in Abuja, INEC conducts local government elections in Abuja. That's number one. Number two is that Abuja does not have a peculiar political phenomenon akin to the governors at the level of the states. And most times, we have also discovered historically that the opposition parties tend to often win the local government elections in Abuja. But that's not what usually prevails at the level of the state. So I'm sitting here, sir, Barrister Okoli, this is for you again, thinking you may not be addressing the realities that instructed the litigation by the incumbent Attorney General to see for the pronouncement of the laws on the autonomy, on the financial autonomy of local governments. Am I right, or do you disagree with me?
The financial autonomy of the local governments have been hampered a lot by governors. But I want to go back to what you said about living in Abuja. Abuja, to an extent, is how politics should be played. You hardly see a high level of political bleeding clashes and all that. Not because there are no humans in Abuja, but because there is a high level of security presence. Now, coming to the financial autonomy that you talked in your last question. First, if a governor, being the leader of a state, determines who contests what and when, there will be a lot of patronage when it comes to handing over the coffers of the local government to him, in order to ensure that at the end of the election cycle, the person is still in good books of the governor for future recommendation to other offices. But when we get our elections right, when we don't need to get blessings from personalities, from principalities, it will go a long way in ensuring that our local government system works. And as Nigerians, we really need our local government system to work, because the local government systems are the drivers of development. There is no country that is developed that their local government system, be it county or whatever terminology is called, it's not, those systems are not working. You may say that it's a bit of idealism, but before things got worse to this level, I know for a fact, because I lived in Imo State during that time, I know for a fact that local government elections were better contested, better handled than they are being handled now. It's just an erosion of values in our institutions. that is making the local government elections to look like a bile, where the ruling party has been granted bile to determine who gets what and all that. You see an election having 90% return in favor of the ruling party, no matter how bad the party must have fared at the state level, they are still accepted. And when you talk about structure, finally, when you talk about structure, structure can be good or bad. Where people are being attacked when they go for rallies and all that, all in the name of you don't have structure or you don't have backup and whatever terminology is used, it deters the good people from coming into politics. So structure, like is being said, can be a structure of criminality, can be a structure of fomenting trouble or creating an arrest that will scare people away. And scaring people away from the political process is a form of rigging, is a form of electoral malpractice. And we need to arrest all these malpractices in order to move forward as a society. Thank you.
Honorable Okwayemi, are you still there, sir?
Very well, very well.
With a degree of humility from my side, I want to submit to you, I want to humbly submit that Lagos is the perfect example, or Lagos is the perfect example that speaks to the vacuity, the academic nature of the pronouncement of the Supreme Court. Why am I saying that? There are only 20 constitutionally recognized local government authorities in Lagos. And yet, realpolitik-wise, empirically and practically, there are 57 contraptions reflective of local governance in Lagos. And within the context of the reality in Lagos, even if funds were to come from the federation account to the 20 constitutionally recognized LGAs, the chairman of those LGA cannot afford to want to assert holding to them because there must be a peculiar arrangement for those funds to be shared by the LCDAs that were birthed from the 20. And here we are talking about financial autonomy when, like some other states where LCDAs have been created, they ever say they want to hold on to any fund coming directly from the federation account to the purse of the local government authority if they want to still be in politics. Honorable Okwayemi, as a Lagos politician, an elected officer of a local government entity, how would you respond to that?
First and foremost, I want to ask you, sir, as you have said, that 20 local governments are recognized within the constitution. Are you telling me that the areas within the 37 LCDAs are not anywhere in the map of Nigeria? Or are they not part, sorry, I'm coming bit by bit. Are they not part of those 20 local governments in their various areas of demarcations? Yes, sir.
Do we or can we agree that when the funds are emanating, when the funds are coming from the federation account, going to Lagos for under the heading of local government funds, they will only go to 20 entities? Do we agree on that?
I'm not going to speak to that because I'm not the Attorney General of Lagos State. So I have limitations to where I can answer questions. Being a public servant. So I won't be able to answer that on here. But what I know is this. One, don't forget that the Supreme Court, by its judgment made far back in 2005, recognizes that there are 37 LCDs in Lagos State. And it is still the same Supreme Court that has given a judgment that, okay, go and pay money directly to the local governments. Now, I know lawyers when they want to play with words. The issue of whether an LCDA or a local government should be part of the payment has not arose at all. People are the ones bringing it up for public discussion and things like that. So it is now meant for the people who are professionals in the learned field to take it up and ask of, okay, what implication does it have to do with what is on ground? But we must understand one thing. There's no reason why we should paint something that is black, then we paint it purple. The LCDAs that we are talking about has been in existence as part of those 20 local governments. They deserve rights to enjoy from those allocations in any way, in any form, because they are part of the development. And also, I still maintain my ground that a process that has been successful, even more than the existing local governments that you are talking about, that has been successful, that has been existing, that has been functioning in every way in which an ideal local government should perform, should not be jettisoned in any manner or in any form. What we should be talking about moving forward now is how those 37 local governments, if you want to talk about it, when many states created the LCDs and General Obasanjo came out that he's not going to accept it, it was only Lagos State that stood its ground. And today, the story is a success story. I can tell you as a councillor, just to go back to what my brother talked about, it is not every local government that you don't feel the impacts. For example, I can boast of what I have done in my own ward. I can tell you of projects that I have done. I can tell you of what our governor, Sanwo-Olu, has made all the councillors in the 57 local governments to go and do in their various wards as ward projects. I can tell you rhetorically that there is an instruction given by the Speaker of Lagos State that every year a councillor must have 2 ward projects being done at their various wards. These are impacts.
Okay, Honorable Okwayemi, I can really empathize with you because in many respects, you are speaking to an idealism of what should be, which in a peculiar way you believe is happening in Lagos. But I can also authoritatively tell you that when funds are leaving the Federation account coming to Lagos, only 20 local government authorities are recognized. I know that because of the peculiar nature of Lagos, having all the 57 chairmen belonging to a particular party, the understanding to distribute the money in such a way that it speaks to equity amongst the LGAs and the LCDAs is a fantastic contraption. As a Lagosian myself, I am happy as a Lagosian who also believes that Lagos ought to have gotten more than 20 LGAs, and indeed there should be a mechanism that should recognize the LDAs. I feel you, but my brother, reality is reality. When those funds are leaving Federation account, they are coming just to 20 designated addresses.
I agree with you.
That takes me to the barrister now. I'll come back to you. We still have an opportunity. Barrister Okolie. Now, just like I had earlier stated to you, that we may be speaking to idealism at the expense of reality, I need to take in another direction now. Governor Makinde is of the opinion that we have an aberrative federalism or an aberrative federation. That in all the federations that he knows, there are only two entities, central and federating units. That the situation in Nigeria is peculiar and that it is robbing the states the benefit of effectively administering its territory. That the local government, that the federal government is becoming a meddlesome interloper in how the states govern themselves, wanting to use the local government authorities as a disruptive force when ordinarily the federal government should be facing the challenges of righting all the enormous wrongs of the economy. What will be your response to that from Governor Makinde?
Respectfully, I disagree with the governor on these grounds. First, the economy cannot move further if we don't get our governance right. And our governance starts from the local government system. First, public health care centers are supposed to be the sole preserve of local governments.
You mean primary health care centers, PSCs?
Yes.
Yes, I
And
agree with you.
a lot of them are not functioning well because the local governments are not functioning. Most of the local governments are not functioning. So whatever that is happening at the local government level, it affects the common man in the streets, and it in turn radios back to the economy. Now, another angle where I disagree with him is that in the United States of America, for example, you have the federal government that is at Washington, D.C., then you have the states, and then you have the districts. And they all work hand in hand together. No one is interloping or overshadowing the other. They have their duties spelled out and they carry it effectively. Like I said before, you have counties in the United Kingdom. Even in Switzerland, you have canyons. Most of these countries don't even have states. What they have is the federal government and the local authorities, because they understand that development, economy, whatever good indices cannot go well without the input of the local government councils. Whatever, no matter the affiliation or the name it bears, but the impact of the local government councils can never be overemphasized because it helps to drive development.
Just an observation that I want you to take away and verify outside this program. The Constitution of the United States of America recognizes the Federation as a relationship between Washington and the states. Counties are formed at the expense of the state in America. They are not recognized constitutionally as a third tier of government. In Switzerland, as you have alluded to, the federation is between the center and the cantons. There is nothing that defines a third tier at the level of the cantons as a result of what Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu proved when he was governor of Lagos. It should be incumbent on the states for effective governance to dynamically adjust local government structures with a view to making sure that people are effectively served. So we need to get those facts straight. Honorable Opayemi.
Yes, sir.
Your concluding remarks, given the fact that we are where we are now, and it does seem that Lagos the father of modern Lagos is the incumbent president. He was the governor who pioneered the machinations of creating extra constitutional entities for effective governance at the local government level. And yet, this judgment is coming during his era as the president, and Lagos is in the peculiar form or shape that it is in now. What say ye to a political like you functioning in an entity that is part of the 37 created, that is not totally recognized by the Constitution?
First and foremost, what I know about our president is that he has always believed in the local government system working. And that was the reason why he felt that 20 local government was not effective for Lagos State when he brought about the ideas of creating 37 LCDs along with the 20 local governments. Presently now, we know what is going on, what is trending in our country: insecurity, food insecurity here and there. Sir, if we want security in our land, the local government system must work. And I'm sure the man who knows where to put and how to remove is the man that is there. He understands that if we are talking about security, we must be sincere with the ideal way in which the local government must be run. Because why do I say so? If in my area, there are going to be, if we want to know where the bad boys are, we insecurity will start. It will start from the ward. The councillor of the ward would understand that, okay, so some guys are gathering there, and there can be a cry out. And that's why Lagos is working. Every month, we always have a police peace and security meeting at the local government level, where all the security houses will be represented. And then we talk about where areas where there are possible security threat, and actions are taken immediately. But in local governments whereby they are locked, maybe once in every week, they come in and they just do what they want to do, they go. How do you expect that security will be effective there? And these are the things that this man understands. That if you want to talk, sorry, sir, before I finish, sir, if you want to talk about food insecurity, the local government can actually facilitate to see how agriculture can be successfully manifested in the nations. For example, if you give every local government chairman a mandate that, look, you must have, each local government must be ready to have a farmland whereby they produce one or two things, you can imagine how food insecurity will be taken off. So what I'm trying to say is that Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu understands that local government is the main.
My brother, don't let's speak idealism. Reality is that in many of the metropolitan LCDAs and local government areas of Lagos, daily people are robbed on the streets. They have councillors in those streets. You know, people are robbed in traffic. And you don't even have the land. Let me give your colleagues the opportunity to wrap up.
So can you just, so that you see, if there are anybody that are robbed, the robbers most times don't get scot-free. Let me give you, there was the time during the NSAS riot, the guys who in my area went to cut away these properties in the.
I'm not talking about NSAS. I'm talking of normal days. Normal days.
The boys who carted away with the properties, I went to their houses to collect it and return it back to the police. What I'm trying to say is that we know the bad boys. We know ourselves. We are the major.
Then it's about time. Then it's about time. Councillors and chairmen got more effective, because I'm basically telling you now that we daily hear of reports of bad boys functioning seemingly at large on some of the arterial roads of Lagos. And they seem to be getting away with it, my brother. Reality in Mumbai, so.
Yeah, because what you are saying, sir, what I'm saying, the insecurity is different from criminality. See, there's nowhere, even in America, as we think it should be, there are some criminalities. But see, insecurity is when you have, see, insecurity will eventually come when
Okay. Let me let your colleague also have his closing shot.
Okay, sir.
Barrister Okolie, your closing shot, please.
I believe that the local government system has to be revitalized, has to be get to a stage where it will be working. The common man can feel it. That way, it's the only way that we can get Nigeria on the right track. That is the way we can solve a lot of the issues bedeviling our country. I agree to an extent with Honorable Bayemi. Security is a local issue. The local government, if they are working, they will work well to ensure that security in that local government is optimized. Healthcare should be a local government issue, at least at the level of primary healthcare centers. Education is equally something that the local government should handle, because they know where the schools are, they know how the schools are.
Master Okoye, I have to wrap it up at this juncture. I understand you. I fully agree with you and Opayemi on the idealism of some of the points you are making. But you will agree with me, Barrister Okoye, that if security should be the primary responsibility of the local councillors and the chairmen and the state governors, we have a peculiar federation where all agencies bearing arms are answerable to one man only at the center. The governor's ability and the chairman and councillors like Opayemi's ability to deploy the powers of coercion to control criminality in their constituencies are limited. You see, that is why some of us want to believe that the pronouncement of the Supreme Court, the intendment is good, but the reality is that it is academic. Thank you, gentlemen, for gracing the show. We look forward to having you some other time. Time is far spent. Thank you.
Thank you very much. God bless you. Thank you.
I want to say thank you to you, members of the audience.
Thank you very much.
Wrap it up for today. My name is Steve.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
He suffered equally confessed.
A 500 naira they collect am. If you no talk, dem go beat you. Na 2,500 they pay.
Ìmọ́tótó ló lè ṣẹ́gun àrùn gbogbo. Ìmọ́tótó ló lè ṣẹ́gun àrùn gbogbo.
Cholera is defined as an infectious disease that is caused by ingestion of food and water contaminated with the bacterium Vibrio cholerae. It usually occurs as diarrhea, dehydration, and may lead to death if left untreated. Cholera was first discovered in 1854 by an Italian physician, Philip Pacini, during an outbreak in Florence, Italy. Also, record shows that cholera was detected by Robert Koch, a physician and microbiologist in India in 1883. In Nigeria, since its first appearance in 1972, intermittent outbreaks have been occurring. The later part of 2010 was marked with a widespread in the northern part of Nigeria, spreading to the other parts, and involving approximately 3,000 cases and 781 deaths. Unlike many other infectious diseases, cholera persists as a huge public health problem worldwide, even where there are accessible and effective methods for its prevention and treatment. The main reasons for its persistence are socioeconomic, since cholera thrives in unhygienic conditions and environments with a reputation of already fragile sanitation, especially in overcrowded areas. The major symptoms of cholera are diarrhea, nausea and vomiting, dehydration, muscle cramps, and shock. To prevent being infected with cholera, you should provide safe water, basic sanitation, and maintain adequate hygiene practices. If infected, the first aid treatment to assist the sufferer, if medical professionals are not readily available, is to get oral rehydration solution to replace lost fluids and electrolytes. Without rehydration, approximately half of the people infected with cholera will die. Severe cases need rapid treatments with intravenous fluids and antibiotics, which are to be recommended and administered by medical experts. There is currently an increase of cholera outbreak in Nigeria, and the Lagos State government declared a cholera outbreak on the 9th of June 2024. 3 suspected cases of cholera have been reported respectively in neighbouring Oyo and Ogun states. The Nigeria Center for Disease Control and Prevention, NCDC, reported that as of 11th of June 2024, 1,141 suspected cholera cases had been recorded across 30 states in Nigeria, including Bayelsa, Lagos, Abia, Cross River, Delta, and Imo, with some situated further north, Katsina, Nasarawa, and Zamfara states. United Nations International Children's Emergency Fund, UNICEF, says Nigeria must prevent spread in schools. With the intervention of all relevant bodies, individuals also have a relevant role to play. Prevention is better and cheaper than cure. Here are a few prevention tips. Drink and use safe water. Flush or bury poop. Wash and peel raw fruits with clean hands. Also, cook food thoroughly. Thoroughly clean toilets and surfaces contaminated with poop. Remember, health is wealth. Stay safe.
Hello and welcome to VOA's Red Carpet. I'm Sunday Shomari in for Jackson Mvunganyi. This week on Red Carpet, a 24-year-old Nigerian amputee overcomes obstacles to pursue his Paris 2024 Paralympic dream. We chat with the Mozambican band Yababuluku Boys to learn more about their mega hit featuring Burna Boy. Africa's gaming industry is estimated to surpass $1 billion in revenue this year. Plus, fashion award winner Ruth Chirwa is transforming the industry in Malawi and other developing countries. Let's begin. 24-year-old Ide Umaru Jabiru says he always dreamt of one day carving out his path to the Paris 2024 Paralympic Games, and his amputated left arm was not an obstacle. VOA Africa reporter Bureima Balima has the young athlete's story from Niamey, Niger, narrated by Omar Kaseko.
Ide Omaro Jabiros grew up mimicking other martial arts athletes, but never imagined practicing martial arts like most young boys his age. He still believed in his heart that one day he will carve out his own path to the Paralympic Games. Now he's looking forward to participating in this year's Paris 2024 Paralympic Games, taking place from August 28 to September 8 in Paris. Jabiro says he believed his grandfather, who kept telling him to not see his amputated left arm as an obstacle.
When I was little, I liked playing football. It's football that I like the most. When I competed for the first time outside, it was in Turkey. People thought I was there because of football. Now, it's Taekwondo that has taken over.
The 24-year-old athlete has already made history as the first Paralympic athlete from Niger to compete in para-taekwondo, which debuted as a Paralympic game in Tokyo 2020. He attributes his success to his grandfather, who was his first coach. He calls him Papa Cho, a reference to Niger's Olympic coach, Grandmaster Hyong Ko Cho. His father, Ide Omaro, says Jabiro's discipline is remarkable.
Jabiro was 8 years old when he had an accident and his hand was amputated. After completing his high school diploma, he joined the club of Mi Tijani, the brother of his maternal grandmother. From the moment he entered the discipline, we noticed that he is really motivated, and by the grace of God, he has reached this stage. I never thought he could reach this level. Since he left, we regularly receive his calls. Now we wish him good luck. We pray for him every day.
Jabiro says he couldn't contain his excitement the moment he realized he could take his dream to the world stage.
My objective is not to participate for the sake of participating. It is to participate to make our national anthem, the national anthem of Niger, resound.
Jabiro's participation in the Paris 2024 Paralympics Games will be closely followed by his fans. As a young Nigerian with a disability to engage in sports and compete internationally, Jabiro's achievement is a source of pride for his family and his country.
The Yaba Buluku boys from Mozambique captured international attention with their single Yaba Buluku, especially after a collaboration with Nigerian megastar Burna Boy turned the song into a global hit. The group spoke to Red Carpet's VOA's Jackson Mvunganyi about how the band came together and how Burna Boy involvement made the already chart-topping song into a massive global hit.
It took, I guess, three forces of Mozambican contemporary music to come together into one unit to be able to break that barrier that has been there for a long time. To cross over and you've done it. Were you surprised at the feedback internationally?
Was like a dream, bro. Yeah, it was like something that someone will wake up me, bro.
Yeah. This is not happening.
Yeah. We won't expect that because that the music will be a bang in Mozambique. We were expecting that, but
because you had the market already, you had the audience.
Yeah. Because almost everything we produce, we do is
it does well.
It does well.
Yeah.
In Mozambique. Yeah. But not outside. You see?
Yeah.
Outside Mozambique and then Nigeria.
We are the first Mozambican hitting Nigeria.
Yes.
Yeah, in Mozambican history.
And that was before Burna Boy jumped on the song?
Yes, the original was #1 song.
No way.
Wow. That's why Burna Boy was
that's how he got interested.
Yes.
Like, I have to jump on this.
So the first guy was
who reached out.
He reached out through his
representative.
Through his artist. One of his artists.
Leah?
No, the boy, the guy, the songwriter.
I know what you're talking about, yeah.
Yeah. So we was planning to go to Nigeria because the song was banging there.
Yeah.
So we was chatting that we are coming there. When Davido went back to Nigeria, he called me, bro, this guy is down here. Where you were, man? Where you were? I said, no, bro, we didn't come now, but we'll come soon. On that time, our manager called Tariq and said, hey, bro, what do you think, what do you feel if the Burna Boy want to jump on this song?
Yeah. Wow.
What's a question? What the question? Bro, just record and send us the stems. Yeah. You see, and then on that time, record time. Yeah, that he record, he send the stems. But the master producer did his work.
Yeah, absolutely.
Did it well. So we fly to Nigeria to shoot the video, and yeah, the song was banging. The song was #1 in Nigeria, was #1 in South Africa, was #1 in Namibia, was #1. And all platforms, the song was #1.
Wow.
Yeah.
Africa's gaming industry is estimated to surpass $1 billion in revenue this year. Its rapid growth is fueled by a young population, better internet access, and a rising number of game developers who focus on animation and storytelling. Some creative artists in Kenya have developed video games and films based on African folklore and urban tales. Mohammed Yusuf reports from Nairobi.
After more than 6 months of working on their gaming and animation projects, these creative Kenyan young men and women have been finally able to showcase their work at the Alliance Francaise in Nairobi, hoping fans will like their African stories and buy their video games at home and abroad. Their video gaming and animation development was funded by the French government. Saj Nukwe is a film and media attaché at the French embassy in Kenya. He says the embassy has sponsored these creative artists.
That's impressive.
Well, game and animation are two vectors of employment. We believe the creative industries in general are a great source of employment because the entry point is not as high as other sectors. And we have just so much talent, so many people that are creative, that have projects, that have ideas and concepts, but they are not able to go all the way with them just because of lack of resources. So that's where we saw a gap, and we wanted to come in to change the paradigm and hopefully allow the whole ecosystem to become sustainable.
Can I tell you the legend of Mika?
The attendees of Kenya Young Game Developers and Animators Incubator Program watched a video game exploring cultural and environmental themes such as climate change. Other short films covered topics like mental health, family connections, romantic relationships, as well as existential issues.
I think what I would like to see is many people playing it, especially from Africa, and people being able to identify with it, because one thing I've noticed is that there are many young people who play games in Africa, and but they mostly play Western games. And when we ask them, they say because our games are not that cool, and so this is me trying to make something cool for the young people, and I hope they will see it like as such.
And I would say the importance of storytelling in gaming is it's very crucial because we need to tell our own stories through digital mediums such as animation and gaming.
The video game market in Africa has shown promising growth, from $862 million in revenue in 2022 to a projected $1 billion in 2024, an 8.7% increase according to the Newzoo Games Analytics company. These events in Kenya are part of a greater effort to support game developers and animators, help them finance their projects, learn new skills, and help them realize their dreams.
Ruth Chirwa is transforming the fashion industry in Malawi and other developing countries, winning awards and gaining international recognition for her designs. Chirwa's fashion line, Upi Collection, is hosting a fashion show next month that aims to break down barriers between people with disabilities and those without. Lamek Masina reports from Mzuzu City in northern Malawi.
Ruth Chirwa's entry into the fashion industry was not planned.
I never thought about fashion designing. I never thought that I'll be a fashion designer. Growing up, all I thought was I would do business management.
But that changed when a lecturer suggested she switched to fashion design because of the stylish outfits she wore to class. Now, 3 years into her career, Chirwa has received praise for her designs and started a fashion brand, Upi Collection, based in Mzuzu, Malawi.
I remember in 2022, I managed to win an award for Focus on Ability short films first of all. I won as Best Actress on my documentary that I submitted.
She was also named Best Female Star Fashion Designer at the 2023 Shining Stars Africa Awards. And recently, Chirwa's designs were shown in Portugal thanks to the help of fellow Malawian designers Rili Afonso and Zandria. It has not always been easy for Chirwa, who recalls times when some people refused to buy clothes from her because she has a disability. But she says she has managed to curb discrimination by believing in herself and meeting her clients' expectations.
When it comes to my creations, I always want to deliver, and also it's a matter of me doing what I know best.
Celebrities and prominent fashion designers in Malawi like Chris Ngalu appreciate the uniqueness of her designs.
A lot of fashion designers in Malawi, they like to just stand behind making clothes with, like, for example, Chitenje and stuff. But her stuff is like out of the box. It's very modern and it's a breath of fresh air.
Chirwa has also become a source of pride for her former learning institution.
Ruth has inspired many learners with disabilities here. Most people with disabilities tend to be down on themselves, but Ruth has proven that anyone can do anything.
Chirwa is preparing to host a fashion show early next month that aims to challenge societal norms and promote diversity and inclusion, especially of people with disabilities. Lamek Masina, VOA News, Mzuzu, Malawi.
Thanks for watching VOA's Red Carpet. I'm your host, Sunday Shomari. For more information on entertainment news, visit www.voaafrica.com or find us on Facebook, Instagram, and YouTube. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. Until next time, goodbye, everyone. Hello and welcome to VOA's Red Carpet. I'm Sunday Shomari in for Jackson Mvunganyi. This week on the Red Carpet, we have a chat with Fikash Yeshewas, a rising star in the Ethiopian music with her angelic voice and uplifting message in her songs. A new film explores the fight for the survival of the forest in Cameroon. In Nairobi, a new restaurant is using robots to serve dinners. The annual Basketball Festival 2024 will be held from October 24th to 27th at the University of Ghana in Accra. This year's festival opens with sports, fashion, and an entertainment summit. Organizers of the annual Africa Basketball Festival, ABF, recently launched the festival to celebrate African basketball and fashion in the United States at an event in Laurel in the state of Maryland. One of the speakers at the launch was former NBA player and basketball executive Nana Papayao Mensah-Bonsu, who spoke to Red Carpet about the potential and future of basketball in Africa.
I'm Pops Mensah-Bonsu here at the Africa Basketball Festival, celebrating the game, celebrate Africa, fashion, culture, and loving what they do by using the game of basketball to reach the youth. And you see the transcending abilities of the sport and how it can influence the younger generation. So, always going to support with that said. And, somebody like myself who has an academy too that wants to use the game of basketball to help influence the younger people of Ghana is beautiful to see. So I'm just glad to be a part of it and looking forward to what the future holds.
Yeah. So Africa is the youngest continent in the world, has the youngest population. What kind of potential do you see the game of basketball having on the continent?
I see infinite and endless potential. There's a reason why the BAL is in Africa now. There's a reason why the NBA and FIBA invested in the game. There's a reason why there's academies there. There's a lot of outside investment coming into Ghana now, or into Africa, I should say, because they see the talent. They see the pool. Obviously, like you said, Africa is going to be the youngest and largest population in the world in the next 10 to 15 years. So with that said, we have to make sure we equip this younger generation with the necessary tools to be successful. And, using sports is definitely a way to expedite that process.
Fika Yeshewas, a rising star in the Ethiopian music scene, is captivating audiences with an angelic voice and uplifting message in her songs. Her latest album, Fika, meaning love in Amharic, delves into personal and social issues while also celebrating themes of love, self-discovery, and mutual respect. During a recent visit to VOA Studios, Yeshewas performed her music and sat down for an interview with our colleague, Hatam Seyum.
Salam. Fikr Balala. My name is Fikr Yeshewas. I am a singer, songwriter, and a designer. Hey. Salani lingarer, ownat maninatin, fensum nanyelalo, alamnam sitatin. I've always been singing ever since I was a kid. Just kind of grew up with me. I used to play a few instruments when I was a little kid and participate in the media programs and events while I was in elementary school. So I kept up with it up to a certain point, and then I'd stopped it for a little bit while I was doing my studies, and then once I finished, I sort of went back to it. I believe that music is a universal language, and I believe that it's a great tool to bring people together from all over the world. So I try to focus my music on peace and love and unity for the most part, and also just to talk about certain issues that are stigmatized and discriminated against by at least our culture and our society, and kind of bring that to light. I wanted to do something or release a song that was different and wasn't super mainstream, but still important to discuss. So my friend and I, when we were going over the topics of what to sing about or what to do for our first song, we decided that it would be about mental health. So that's kind of how it started, and I think it's a great topic to be discussed amongst people in the society, especially not just in our country, but in the African culture. I think it's something not talked about enough. I believe we have a lot to share when it comes to
music and entertainment and culture with the rest of the world. So my goal is really to bridge the gap between our culture and our music with the Western world.
In the forests of Cameroon, a new battle is being waged not just for the survival of the trees, but for the preservation of cultural heritage and traditional medicine. The new film, A Cry from the Forest, produced by Cameroonian actress and filmmaker Laura Onyama, explores the devastating effects of deforestation in West Africa. VOA's Kali Abdu brings us the story of art intersecting with environmental advocacy.
As deforestation continues to threaten biodiversity across Africa, creative voices are rising to bring attention to the issue. In Cameroon, a new film titled A Cry from the Forest is doing just that. The movie, produced by Laura Onyama, highlights the struggle between traditional medicine and the encroaching modern world, all set against the backdrop of forest degradation.
Yeah, I'm a producer, actress, and I own a production company called Ola Productions. We just did our first movie, A Cry from the Forest, which was sponsored by WWF and AFD France. And this movie talks about forest conversion and the relationship between scientific medicine and traditional medicine from the perspective of the indigenous man.
For Onyama, this project was not without challenges. Being a first-time producer, she faced the hurdles of the film industry, but was buoyed by the support of her team and the local communities where they filmed. The story is deeply personal, reflecting the struggles of Cameroon's English-speaking minority in making their voices heard on both the national and international stages. The film's environmental message is echoed by experts worldwide who emphasize the critical state of our planet's biodiversity.
We are in the midst of a biodiversity crisis, a climate change crisis, and a pandemic crisis.
The issue of deforestation in Cameroon is not just a local problem, it is a global one. With forests being cut down at alarming rates, the loss of biodiversity is a significant concern. Experts argue that the future of our planet hangs in the balance.
Are we going to trash it? Are we going to destroy it? Or are we going to wake up and realize that the future of our planet is up to us, and we better take care of both its climate and its biodiversity?
In 2017, as deforestation accelerated, some communities in Cameroon began adopting alternative fuel sources to protect their forests. Residents in Mbile village, for example, started using clay stoves and briquettes made from sawdust, significantly reducing their reliance on firewood. This initiative helps save approximately 16 tons of dry wood per day, providing a model for sustainable living that could be replicated across the region.
Okay, personally, my production company is focused on making films on nature, environment, and wildlife. So trust me, when you hear of Ola Productions, expect such beautiful stories, documentaries, fiction films, and all of that. So that's what you should expect from Ola Production.
As A Cry from the Forest continues to tour, gaining recognition, it serves as a powerful reminder of the urgent need to protect our planet. The film not only raises awareness, but also amplifies the voices of those most affected by environmental degradation, calling for global action to preserve the natural world for future generations.
A new restaurant in Kenya is generating business and buzz, not just because of the food, but because of the staff. Robots serving dishes is the main attraction of diners who flock to the Robot Cafe. Juma Majanga reports from Nairobi, Kenya.
Welcome. It's lunchtime,
at the Robot Cafe in Nairobi's Kileleshwa suburb, and an unusual waitress is causing excitement.
Thank you, Nadia.
Nadia is one of 3 robot waitresses incorporated here to improve service delivery. This is a first in East Africa.
You assign them duties in the morning like normal waiters. You tell them which tables one particular robot is supposed to go or what is expected to do there. Because for instance, they do more than just survey. They sing happy birthday. For instance, let's say you do a reservation and you have a birthday. It's going to deliver you your cake with the message and everything, and also sing happy birthday with you with a background of waitresses.
Use of robotic technology in the food service industry is not new. Restaurants with robot waiters have opened in the United States, China, and other places. But the concept is new to Africa. Since opening in Nairobi 2 months ago, Robot Cafe staffers say the reception has been good, with the robots being the attraction for customers like Brooke Abito, who is here today with his family for lunch.
I was happy to show my kids this, in Africa, in your own backyard. So yeah, it was very good. You can see that the technology needs a bit of development, but it's really nice how the robots take the food, they come and serve you. And when I come back next time, I want to see the robots more interactive, taking your orders, bringing your food. But it's a very good first step.
According to government data, the hospitality industry is one of the big sources of employment in Kenya. The introduction of robots in the sector brings fears of people being driven out of work by machines. However, industry experts like Edith Ojuang say there is no cause for alarm, as the technology will just serve as a tool to improve efficiency and quality of service delivery.
I really don't think it can face off the entire human labor, but it will be incorporated still, just like we have incorporated the other technology, and we've used it to improve our human labor and worked together.
Ojuang's advice is for Kenyan schools to incorporate technology training into their hospitality curriculum in readiness for the shift.
If we keep training people the traditional way, and by the time they're released in the industry, technology has already gone a notch higher. It becomes scary for them already, and it becomes difficult to be able to adopt.
Experts say the era of automated restaurants has finally begun in Africa, and diners should expect more integration of robots in their dining experiences.
Thanks for watching VOA's Red Carpet. I'm your host for today, Sunday Shomari. For more on your entertainment news, please check us out on www.voaafrica.com or on Facebook, Instagram, and YouTube. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. Until next time, goodbye, everyone.
Hello Nigeria, hello Africa. You're welcome to yet another edition of Sports Business with Orufo Ezaga. You're watching Plus TV Africa, and we're reaching you live from our studios in Victoria Island, Lagos. Today we have another interesting package for you. Today it feels like Tuesday basketball because, you know, I do 2 programs in the media every day. Both happen on Tuesdays. This morning I spoke with a guy called Babalola Opeyemi. He's the CEO of Wema Weber Engineering Works. He's very invested in basketball, but that was on radio. And today, this afternoon, I'm going to be speaking with a man who's been in basketball virtually all of his life. He's a very authoritative figure in Nigerian basketball, and he's also, occupying roles outside of the country where he's, the president of the Africa Zone 3 with FIBA. FIBA is the world governing body for basketball. Today, we'll be speaking with Colonel Sam Amedu. Like I said, he's a member of the NBBF, that's the Nigerian Basketball Federation, and he's also the president of the Africa Zone 3 of FIBA. Colonel Amedu would have a lot to say to us today about what needs to be done to make basketball a commercial success in this country. Basketball is unarguably, the second most popular sport in Nigeria. As a matter of fact, in all of Africa, and that's after football. The point is, why has basketball failed over the years to realize its staggering potential? Colonel Amedu has been there, he's done that, and he's been there for over maybe as much as half a century, and he's got a lot that he's going to be saying to us. I would encourage you to stick with us for the next 45 minutes, because what you hear is going to change your mind about what you think of sports business, what you think of basketball, and it could open you or your friend or your family to an opportunity or two, to a new way of looking at basketball and looking at sports generally, and it could open an opportunity of you or two for you or your organization. All right, we're going to go on a short break. Make sure you stay with us. I'm giving you time to get some water to drink or something to refocus and be prepared for what you're going to hear, and probably to invite a friend or two to join you on this program. When we return, Colonel Sam Amedu will be with us and the business will begin.
It is engagement we need to have.
Those who suffer miscarriages are never taken into account.
Members of the National Assembly are also influence peddlers.
You are sitting on Nigerians' money.
From the Babin, I pay my rent. From the Babin, I send my children to school.
A consultative engagement.
No any tangible notification before they ban us.
It's one thing for people to be at your back and the heat of the moment, and another thing for them to still be with you when push comes to shove.
Hello there, you're welcome back to the program Sports Business with Orufour Ezaga. My name is Orufour Ezaga, and we're reaching you live from Plus TV Africa, our studios in Victoria Island, Lagos. Joining me now on the program via Zoom from the United States is Colonel Sam Amedu. Hello, Colonel, how are you?
I am very, very fine. Good afternoon out there.
Yeah, good afternoon. See, Colonel, somebody saw the poster that I posted of you being on this program, and he says, this is going to be an interesting program. All right, so I hope there's plenty you have to tell us that would open our eyes to what's going on in basketball, at least why it's struggling to be a commercial success in Nigeria. Yeah, you've been in the business for a long, long time. Let's look at basketball. What was it like, in the days when you started to play, and what is the picture like today?
Well, yes, obviously, picture is different. Let me start from what you have on your screen. You wrote domestic basketball stunted by infighting. To some extent, you will be right. However, the talk of infighting is just an excuse from a lot of us in the basketball circle to cover our shortcomings.
Okay.
Why do I say that? Presently, there is no real fighting.
Okay.
Agreed that between 2017 for a while, there was infighting in the sense that there were so-called, in quotes now, two factions.
Okay.
But that has since been settled. There's only one Nigerian Basketball Federation. And we know who the leader is, we know who the board members are. As recognized by the Federal Ministry of Youth and Sports, recognized by FIBA Africa and FIBA World. So any talk of infighting stunted by infighting is just an excuse.
Okay.
To the point directly, we are lagging behind because of poor leadership. Simple as that. And I'm not saying poor leadership in the sense, I'm not saying that that we, the leaders, are poor. We come with very good ideas, but when we get into office, we sell ourselves to sycophancy. We refuse to take those decisions, even though may not be palatable to us, but will be in the best interest of the sport. So that is the first part. And stemming from this poor leadership is the issue of lack of planning. Now you are talking about why is basketball not as grain or not as business oriented or not making positive returns like so many sports. Nigerian basketball is the #1 viable market in Africa. Why? We have the players, we have the market, the sponsorship. But however, as you lay your bed, so you will lie here on it. What is our marketing plan? As I speak to you, every league in Africa have concluded their league. Every other federation have concluded their league. We are in the middle of September. But my federation, of which I am a member, we have just started the first phase of our Zenith League, of which the girls will just play like 5 matches or 6, and we'll call it first phase. Then they go to another venue, play another 3 to 4 games. Then they will say, "Oh, we have concluded a league." How do you market such a league? You can market it. As we even speak, the men have not started. Meanwhile, speaking as the president of FIBA Africa's Zone 3 now, Ivory Coast are starting their 2024-2025 league this September.
Wow.
In a week's time or 2. But my country, Nigeria, we have not even started the men's league. So lack of planning. So when does your calendar start? If you want sponsors to come and sponsor your league, there must be consistency. Because sponsors have time that they go through their own budgets. Right now, anybody talking about sponsorship for the league for even next year is already late, because corporate organizations are already drawing up their own budget for next year. So we have not done the league for this year. So how are we going to talk about next year? So it all boils down to lack of planning. 2, facilities. What have we done regarding our facilities? I am happy you are a TV. You are from the TV world. Marketing is important. Television. Eyeballs. What the eyeballs see influence the marketing to a very large extent, to get sponsor to sponsor you. Even as we speak, there are The Super Eagles are playing right now. There are some fans that are complaining in a chat group that I belong to that the images being shown by Nigerian TV outlet is very, very poor. And they have been advising people to go to the channel 254. I don't know where, maybe that is on DSTV. So, if the images are poor, why would I, as a sponsor, put my money on it? Our sports hall don't have dressing rooms. And I say this with all good authority. There are dressing rooms there. They are not functional. Our national stadium is our national stadium in Lagos. For example, is our premier sports hall. But the dressing room don't function. The toilets, I'm bringing it to the lower level now. I'm not going towards talking big grammar.
Yeah.
The toilets are not functioning. And I say this because I have a team. My team used to play in the league, but no more now. But our team is still there. At times we go and play games there. There is no dressing room. So when it is halftime, we go behind the hall, go and sit to talk about the game. Is that same place? By one side, people are selling beer. On the other side, people are urinating. The ambience to even invite sponsors is not even there.
Yeah.
And so that is that. Facilities. Yes. For sponsors to come to you, your facility must be up to date. It doesn't need to be a facility that can sit up to 7,000 or 8,000, even 2,000 people. The Arabs, their clubs, when you go there, you will see their gyms can only take 1,000 or 2,000 people.
Yeah.
But it will have space for advertisement board, place for the camera. And the cameras that they use is the one that have what you people call the bird's eye view, camera that can take the whole house. Our house is square. They are match boxes so that you can only film a particular action at the same time. So it looks like the ball is just running from left to right. But when it is, I cannot teach you TV filming.
No, it's all right. Just say what you, because the audience would be listening to what you have to say.
Yes. I am saying this because I am a technical delegate, and these are the part of the things that we are taught on marketing. How to film games, how to make it acceptable to the audience so that they can to raise the entertainment value of the sport. That is not there. Another issue, favoritism. Every year we want to play a league, you will find new teams. Where are they coming from? You will hear that, they have bought a sport. I don't understand this talk of buying a sport. I thought league is a promotional league. You start from the third division. If you're among the top 2 or top 4, depending on the road, you will go to the next division. Next, you will go to the next division, and on and on and on. My team, Dodan Warriors, and in the same vein, Ebun Comets. Those 2 teams started from the third division. So we moved from 3rd division to the 2nd division. From 2nd division, then we went to the 1st division. Then 1st division, we now moved to the Premier League.
Okay, Colonel, let me come in here, right? Okay,
yes.
You have outlined all of these issues with basketball in Nigeria, and they make absolute sense, right? But here's the question that anybody watching the program, I imagine, would ask. You've been in basketball for decades. and you've
Yes.
been in positions of power, right?
Yes.
How come you know this much, and yet there's still so little that is done? How come you're not able to influence the change that we all desire to see?
Yeah, thank you. That is a very good question. As I speak to you, I have been ostracized from the Nigerian Basketball Federation. And what do I mean? I have been removed from all the committees. Why? Because I always speak my own mind, and I say when you are doing the wrong thing, I will tell you. I am not in a popularity contest with anyone. I have paid my own dues, and so nobody can hoodwink me. But let me just expatiate on that. The current board that came in 2017, I was among those that was instrumental to the establishment of this board. Everybody in Nigerian basketball will tell you, you came on board and said, okay, guys, we need to make a change. But I will tell you right now, nothing has changed. If we want to start saying things, I will be here till next week. There are over 100 things. But when I said, guys, this is not how to do things, and no, and when is your turn, you will do it that way, and blah, blah, blah. Right now, I will tell you, check the committee list of the Nigerian Basketball Federation. My name has been removed from all. By the same board that I helped to put in place. Okay, fine. I am not A. If I'm there, I am not. It doesn't say whether I love it or not. But the fact is the same. But why? There are things that are going on that are unethical, that are inimical to the interest of the growth of the game. And even though, yes, like I said, I was among those that put the board in place, I will not tolerate that. So now I am even I have been. That's why I say I have been ostracized. If they could remove me from the board, they could have done so, but unfortunately they cannot. Or let me say, those people that are involved cannot. So let's leave that. So don't say I have been there. When you are there and you are speaking the truth, people don't want you. Now let me give an example. Nigerian Basketball Federation is crying there is no money, we don't have funds. But we have people wearing a kit, a sponsor. I mean, we have people wearing branded kits. How much is that to that country, that company that we are wearing their kits? Okay, you see all these kits that you are showing us the past two. Nothing. We don't, okay, like this girl now, Emi Rokonko, there is a badge on her shirt. How much is that company contributing? But we are advertising for that company. And the reason being that the leaders of the board have an interest in this company. So how can our national team be advertising for the leaders of the federation, and they are selling those kits? They have a shop in VI. They are selling those kits. How much of those money they are selling comes to the board? No way. But tomorrow you will hear that, the board doesn't have funds. The members should come and contribute funds, or one member has used his funds. The ministry should refund them. So it is a conflict of interest. So these are part of it.
Okay, so Colonel, let me just come in here, because you're making a claim now, right? How do we verify this claim? And also I'd like to make this point now, that anybody that's watching now who has a contrary view based on what you have said would have a right of reply. But basically, how do we verify that these claims are true?
Thank you very much. You are a journalist. There are 16 people in the federation. I mean, about 14 people in the federation. I can give you your addresses. I don't want to call names. I can give you your addresses. When PIC used to sponsor us, if you want, I will send you the PIC agreement. PIC used to give to the federation a certain amount of money every year. That can assist us. But this company that we are wearing now, what are they giving to us? So you think, on my honor as a colonel in the army, I will come to your show, being shown around the world, to come and lie to you? That is one. Two, I am a lawyer, and if you want to know, I was called to bar 1983 at the Nigerian Law School. So I am about 40-something years at the bar. So I know what I am talking. If I cannot substantiate those facts, I won't come here. But since you want to find, if you want, after this program, you call me, I will send you the documents. I will send you names of people that you can. It is not a hidden fact. I'm surprised they don't know this.
Okay.
We know those who own the company are also members of the board. So what we are doing, we are just advertising. We are using our national team to pursue their own personal interests. Simple as that. So go and verify. Anybody who has a contrary view, talk to me. So to ask us why we don't have funds to run events. Our under 18 team that went to South Africa, a father of one of the players had to give money to the team. That is how bad things are. But I thought you would call me here. Let's talk about what is making there not to be sponsorship.
Yeah,
but now since you are
look, Colonel, we're discussing that. Yeah, we want to know. We want to just know a foundation. Build a foundation to the real meat of what we're going to talk about, which is the fact that okay. So how do we turn things around? How do we, if the leadership, the current leadership is one that you think has very, very significant shortcomings. Are there examples from the past that show that we got it right? And if there aren't, what do we do next when we get to this? What do we have to do to get the right leadership in place?
Yes. First, let me take your question in bits. At times, when you lump all, we tend to perambulate or go around the bush.
Okay, no problem.
Are there times that we have had it right in the past? Yes. Up till 2009.
Okay.
From here, because I have been involved in Nigerian basketball since 1967 when I started playing. But I became a member of the Nigerian Basketball Federation in 1990. I have been there. You will never hear about this. Why? Selfless leadership. Even when we used to disagree with the leadership of the board, what we say, Mr. President, what you have done here is not the right thing. Let's do it this way. They will never hold it personal against you. Unfortunately, our Nigerian basketball has been turned to like a cult of personalities. We love the individuals more than we love the sport. So the leaders cannot do any wrong. You remember the last time you invited me to come for this same program, and I told you no.
Yeah.
Because of whom you invited, I won't come. Why? Because it will turn to a back and forth. So when leaders of an organization have formed their own minds, always have an excuse. Don't mind that guy. He is frustrated. Don't mind him. He thinks if he's not in charge, it will not work. but my record speaks for me. Even before, I'm seeing you for the first time, but you have already heard about me. I'm the only club in Nigeria to have hosted an African club championship. I hosted the African Club Championship of 12 teams in 2006. Dodan Warriors hosted Africa. And we won bronze, but that was the first time FIBA had a 12 team, and we hosted it. So I want the viewers or people to know I'm not talking just for talking sake. I know my onions. I may sound very immodest, but I am not known for modesty. That's not my own. I want to speak the fact. So it has turned to personal. Two, I am speaking out. There are lots of board members that won't speak out. They will be talking behind. No, I'm not that. My brother, I served in the Nigerian Army for 32 years. I've given my life to Nigeria. So I don't think there's anybody that will just come and tell me to cow me. So anyway, that is an aside. So that is the point. What did you say again? You said
so how do we avert this going forward?
Fine.
How do we get the right leadership?
Good. Now, yes, no. There is nothing like. See, the problem with us in Nigeria, we want to take a solution that is meant for problem A and carry it to problem D. No. The unfortunate thing there is that we are in such a way that, like I said, we worship individuals instead of institutions. And for as long as that is our own, election will come. Even on our board that we have now, we have people that have never done anything with a basketball. But they are on the board. And they are playing bigger roles. They are even said. And they are the people that are misadvising the leadership. Everything now is politics over what do you say? Competency.
Yeah.
Now you talked about Weber. I am glad you said, oh, you spoke to Weber. I was just smiling. Weber is somebody that I brought to Lagos from Ilorin. He played on my team. Weber is Weber today, at the risk of sounding very immodest. When he was to do his housemanship in mechanical or something engineering, I took him to my friend in metal furniture, because then I used to report the basketball floors and uprights. And when he saw one of them, he said, "Sir, I think I can do this." So I said, so you can do it, and that would be very, very nice. At least you read engineering. I took him to Mr. Farid Abu Hassan of Metal Furniture to go and do his youth corps. That was when he was doing his youth corps, and I told me, Mr. Farid, this boy has an idea. Please encourage him. They started giving him materials to start fabricating things. So I'm very, very happy with where he is. Look, as we are talking, you see his cap?
Yeah.
You see this? Yeah? I am very, very proud, and I wear it because I know that I've touched the young man's life. Since you spoke to him on phone, call him and say, do you know Colonel Sam? And then you will hear. Maybe by chance he is watching this. What am I saying? We have people. We have to encourage them. But somebody like Weber, how is the NBBF taking advantage of him? How? Are we taking of him? Are we even marketing him? No. So the one another, let me say, is not to be in leadership to be carrying portfolio or carry box. You need to think outside the box. So next point, for us, well, my happiness is that the tenure of this our board, including me, will soon be over, either in 2025 or in early 2026. Either we will leave. We must ensure that whoever is coming to this board has an interest of the game, does not have an ulterior motive, is not there for his own business. Because what has come now, we say, the Nigerian Basketball Federation right now, as it is, has become a means to an end, in the sense that it is being run like a business entity. Okay. My brother, Nigerian Basketball Federation does not have an account.
Okay, Colonel, we're going to come back to all of these things again, but we have to take a short break now. And when we come back, would you talk about what you finish your thoughts, and then we'll focus on what we need to do to solve these problems so that we can make basketball a commercial success. Is it all to be left to the federation? Are there other people who are outside of the federation that can still do stuff with basketball? What exactly, based on the experience that you have and your current experience in the United States, what do you think, what kind of people do you think can still develop basketball, even if the federation is thumb-sucking? All right, so we'll go on a very short break, and I'd encourage you to stay with Plus TV Africa. When we come back, this explosive edition will continue. Don't go away. Hello, you're welcome back to the program Sports Business with Orufour Ezaga. You're watching Plus TV Africa, and we're reaching you live from our studios in Victoria Island. On the program with me from the United States has been Colonel Sam Amedu, and it's been quite a revealing session so far. Now, you know, we've talked about all of the headwinds facing the basketball industry, and we want to look at the tailwinds, for instance, that the industry has. Okay, so there are a lot of problems. How do we move forward, right? And then basketball as a game is a very marketable sport. How do we take our basketball in Nigeria and make products out of it that can become more commercially successful? For now, we tend to focus on the national teams. And anybody who understands sports business would understand that national teams account for less than 5% of the total business in any country, all right? So the attention must be on our domestic competitions. And right now, sadly, not just in basketball, but across virtually every sport in this country, our domestic competitions are neglected. So, Colonel, what do we do with basketball locally? Is it only the NBBF that can develop basketball? Can other people come into the basketball space and do something? What do you think?
No, yes, you are very, very right, because first, I think that your question is a rhetorical question. I don't think everybody needs to be looking for an answer. It speaks for itself. NBBF cannot do everything. And even if you look around, there are some individuals that are organizing competitions and events that are really helping the polity Like we have the Louis Edem, the championship, which comes up every year. That helps all our teams, River Supers and others play there. We have Onuche Hansen on Onuche competition. We also have Olumide Oyedeji also just did the West African Basketball League, and there are so many others. So there are many invitational tournaments all over the place. So there are many people that can actually help, and some are helping, some can still help. Now, but the issue there is that everything does not have to come from the federation. Federation will do its part, but the National League is for the federation, and it's the winner of the National League that the world recognizes. That is who represents us in BAL.
Yeah.
But presently, because of the game, a team cannot play 7 games in a year and say it is a national champion. So structure is important. Planning is important, and all these things are not there. Somebody wakes up overnight and says, okay, the National League will start next week. Who is prepared? What is the calendar? Then 2, rules. We used to have league rules in the past. The Nigerian Premier Basketball League rules is there, but it is not being implemented. That's why I was telling you that every year new clubs join the league. Even this year now, even the female league, 2 new clubs have now joined. Nobody know where they came from. So some of us on the board don't even know. Since we have been removed from all the committees, the board does not even approve the programs. We don't hear the National League, Nigerian Basketball Federation. That is one. For the men, every year we are changing. So the structure that is wrong. For people that can help this league, there are so many. We have basketball lovers in the corporate world. A lot of the people that have invested in Basketball Africa League are Nigerians.
Yeah.
They are Nigerians. They are I know about 5 or 6 Nigerians that have invested in the Basketball Africa League. So if we arrange things well, charity must begin at home. And it is not that they are not ready to come and sponsor the league, but what is there to get sponsor? There is not. Why will a corporate man come and waste his money, waste his time when we say everything is not being done? Everything is the transparency is not there. You want them to come and be funding league, then tomorrow is a funny thing will just come. Next tomorrow, funny thing will come. And then you hear, complaint. That is that. Next. Okay, we've talked about facilities. Our facilities are actually not there.
No, but let's dwell on that a bit. The facilities.
Yes.
Most of the facilities we have now are from government, right?
Yes.
Now, and most of our clubs are also, are they not government clubs?
No. Okay, let me tell you.
Yeah.
Most of the facilities are from government, yes, but that is the role of government.
Okay, but what about the clubs? Are the clubs not largely owned? Are many of them not owned by government or government
not all clubs
agencies?
Are government. No. I can count you clubs that are not owned by government.
Okay.
Comet is not owned by government. The Lagos Legends is not owned by government.
Yeah.
Golden Warriors is not owned by the government. Which other team? Sorry, I can go on and
government.
Okay, now from here, let me go. Gombe, not Gombe Bulls. Yellow Hawks is not owned by a government. There are these, I've called legends. Okay, Dolphins is not owned by government. MFM is not owned by government. MFM, Dolphins, Deepwater is not owned by the government. So there are many clubs that are not owned by government. There is nothing wrong if government or the paramilitary services own clubs like custom, police, Nigerian Army, Air Force. There is nothing wrong. We have all been competing among ourselves for long. I formed Dodan Warriors when I was in the army, but it wasn't an army team. It was a private team. So it's not about government. Government have their role to play. Government can even fund their own club. The problem is that there is no sustainable program to develop those clubs. Those clubs sit idle for 9 months. Then 2 weeks, they just write a letter. Yeah, Division 1 is starting in 2 weeks. And then you see people running to the field, end line, pass the ball, then they start playing. I'm afraid soon people may soon start dropping dead on the court because there is no medical tests. People who have not played for 9 months are just thrown onto the field. When you talk, they say, now there is no money. You know, Sam, you want to talk as if you are the one that knows everything. Well, sorry if you think I am proud, and I know what I'm saying. I'm proud of what I'm saying, and that is why I have the recognition I have across the world. But in a country where people that don't know want to be directing people who know, that is the problem. In Nigeria today, I'm the only technical delegate. Sorry, I'm not saying because it's me. Yeah. What does that mean? To be a technical delegate, you have started as a math commissioner, as a technical commissioner and a technical delegate. Technical delegate now, it encompasses all aspects of the game: marketing, television, medical,
media,
everything. Yes, media. But now, and then I am the one that the same board will say, I beg, let him not serve on any committee. Take him out. He talks too much. Yes, I am proud to talk. God gave me mouth, isn't it, to talk? If God gave me mouth and I cannot speak out, it's not a cause.
Okay.
So that is the. Sorry, I'm just adding some my own.
No problem.
For illustrative purposes. That's to tell you how I am really mad with the opportunities that we have, that we are really throwing it away. First, some people will tell you, Sam wants to be president. No, I ran for president in 1997. Maybe you were not born. Oh, sorry about that.
No. I was a fully grown man.
Oh, okay, great. Thank God.
Yeah.
I ran for president in 1997, and since that time, I found out that wow, politics in Nigeria is not who is capable anymore. It's who you know. At times, what you can bring. But one thing that, like you said, you don't have to be on the board to support the sport. You don't have to be on the. Everybody is struggling. I want to be MBBF. I want to enter the board. Blah blah. No, there is nothing there unless you find a way to make money for yourself. But technically speaking, if the board is being run, the board is like an NGO. It's a non-for-profit. But however, so there are rules.
Yeah.
But those rules are not being followed.
Okay, let me ask Cornell. Today,
yes,
private equity funds around the world and even sovereign wealth funds are chasing sports properties. New sports properties are being developed, for instance, like the Live Golf and the botched attempt at creating a European Super League for football.
Super League.
Yeah.
Yes.
If an investment firm comes to
Yes.
the MBBF with the idea of a league, for instance. Yeah?
Yes.
Is this something, but it's a league that is controlled by this investment body? Would the MBBF be open to any such arrangements? Or do you think they should be open to any such arrangements?
Yes. Well, thank you very, very much. Actually, since we have been talking, this is the time that I feel that I've had what is really a key point. Good, for the point that you have raised. The board should be ready to listen, but I doubt if my present board will listen. Why? Whatever we are not in control of, we don't accept. And let me inform you. People have come to the board, have indicated to the board how they can raise money for the board. Okay, sorry, raising money and this investment funding and blah blah, they are two different things, but they are similar. Because at the end, what you're looking for is to have funds to be able to sustain your own program. People have come to us. Some board members have suggested, let's get a marketer. But no, we want to be the leaders, we want to be the marketers, we want to be the spenders of the funds, we want to be the spenders that will determine who will move with the team, who will not move with the team. So that's why I say this thing now is becoming like a cult. Let me tell you, people have come in the past. If you ask some of our board members, they have suggested it. But for right now, it has come to naught. So some of us have even said, okay, like see what NFF has done with this firm that Nelson.
GTI.
Yeah, okay. Okay, see, for what it is worth, this is just a starting point. Well, you can see now that at least league, the soccer league champion is saving here 100 million. Second, blah blah blah. The club are starting to have money. Referees are being paid on time. Right now, we are owing the referees. We are owing clubs. Even some of our players that went to play international, we cannot pay them. So your idea is very, very good. So whoever are going to be the next people on the next board, this will be a saving grace that the federation should concentrate on the national teams and leave the management of league and the development of the internal sports, when I say internal sports, the league for men, for women, under 18, and leave them to these sovereign people that you have just said. That will help us, because we need to think outside the box. The era of saying that me be Oga, anything comes through me, blah blah. The NFF have realized that they have changed, and we are talking basketball. This should not really apply to basketball, because the number one sponsor of Basketball Africa League is Hennessy.
Yeah.
And they are in Nigeria. Hennessy, NBA Africa got that sponsorship from Nigeria, and we have had time to speak with the NBA guys. How can Hennessy be sponsoring NBA? And they are not sponsoring Nigeria League. And they said, Colonel, what league do you have? Tell me what you have.
Okay.
What do you have? Is this your 5-day league or your 7-day league or no facility and blah blah? So you are very, very right. That is a very good means. But overall, our authorities should ensure that whoever is coming to the board has something to offer to the board. The idea that you are on the board because your brother is the head or your friend is the head or your uncle is the D blah 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 blah, that should be a thing of the past.
Okay. So Colonel, we need to bring this home. It's been a very entertaining hour and explosive one for that matter. And but I won't let you go until I ask this question. And it's something we've talked about so far. The Basketball League Africa. What's your impression of the Basketball League Africa? Because like you said, I also noticed that a lot of the sponsors for BAL are Nigerian sponsors, yeah? Yet we don't have it. That's number one. Number two, the whole idea of the Basketball Africa League, you know, you win in Nigeria, you become Nigerian champions, and then you go play in BAL, and you have to use players, you know, other players to try and... So I'm wondering, how does this develop basketball in Africa? You know, how do you guys in FIBA see this? Because I know FIBA is behind this, it's supportive of this as well. How does this develop basketball in different countries or the local federations?
Okay,
and
yes.
Specifically in Nigeria because of the sponsorship.
No, good, yes. Thank you for the question. Like they say, the minority may have their say, but the majority will have their own way. That is a very vital point. What I want to just I will try to explain how FIBA sees it.
Okay, Colonel, we have 2 minutes, Colonel.
We have how many minutes?
2 minutes, 2 minutes, sorry.
Okay, fine. Okay, now fine. Well, true, yes. FIBA, the reason why foreign players are involved because NBA is the one that funds it. Basketball Africa League is not done by FIBA, it's by the NBA. NBA brings all the funds. So they want to raise the entertainment value of the game. And that is why it is shown on ESPN Live all over the world. And that is a market. So, and that is where we get the funding from. He who pays the piper dictates the tune. So that is how it comes to Korean foreign players play. But FIBA also said, okay, if the local players know that they can play in BAL, because people that play in BAL are well paid, everything, transport, flying, and all that, hotel co, then it will make them to step up their own game in Africa too, in their own clubs. Yes. But unfortunately, in Nigeria, it does not apply because Nigeria doesn't play a league. We just play like a 1 week event or 2 weeks event. But other countries like in Ivory Coast, South Sudan and co that are playing league, you see how their men's team they are shooting up. Okay. But we are not because we will just play like River Superstar. Okay, they have one and one. Okwara Falcons. Once they win the championship that we call league, and then they are nominated, they go and look for 6 foreign players with Nigerian names. They are deemed to be Nigerians, but they are not playing here. So at the end, how many of our local players, that is to underscore your point, to buttress your own point, how many of our local players really feel the BAL? Like the last BAL now.
Okay, Colonel.
Only a few.
Colonel, we have run out of time, I'm sorry.
Right. So the next time you call me, give me 4 hours. I will be ready.
No, there's still room for engagement. There's still a lot.
Okay, good.
There's still a lot I'm sure you have to say, and
we're
going to reach out to you for some more in the future. Thank you very much for honoring this invitation, by the way, and it's been a very entertaining, a very insightful 45-15 minutes. All right, and so viewers, thanks for tuning in. We'll be back again next week with another edition of Sports Business with Orufuo Ezaga. Until we do, this is me, Orufuo, saying be productive, be good, and stay safe.
It is engagement we need to have.
Those who suffer miscarriages are never taken into account.
Members of the National Assembly are also influence peddlers.
You are sitting on Nigerians' money.
From the barbing, I pay my rent. On the barbing, I send my children to school.
A consultative engagement.
No any tangible notification before they ban us.
It's one thing for people to be at your back and the heat of the moment, and another thing for them to still be with you when push comes to shove.
treacherous body would have been manure for the motherland. Listen to the words of a corpse. You cannot win this war.
My production career started off practically by some form of divine intervention. I work in TV production, and I've done that in advertising for over 20 years. I do storytelling as well. I do narrative. I've done films, TV series, etc. I taught myself to draw, and that meant 4 hours of sketching every day, minutely competent. Where people will say this doesn't suck, you actually had to practice.
For God's sakes, Emeka, we don't even have enough guns or food. What were you thinking?
If you and Uzogu had not unleashed your unique brand of madness last January, we wouldn't be swimming in beers and blood.
It was a revolution!
I was with one of my uncles, and he got me a job in, then it was Vanguard newspapers in Apapa. And I got to meet all my heroes because in those days, I knew every cartoonist of every Nigerian publication by name because I would always look for the signature. Advertising was obviously the way to go. English then, if you're doing English, you're either going to be a teacher or something. I was like, no, this is a cool industry. This industry is really cool. It's really being paid to be creative. I was sent around the agency to learn every aspect of advertising. And when I got to TV production, the then head of TV production of ESO and you, then Mr. Greg Odutayo, said to me, okay, I want him. So he just made a request. There are many highlights. I've won awards for films I've made, TV series I've done. But let me just jump forward. The most recent thing I've done I'm extremely proud of is being one of the 3 directors on MTV Sugar, Niger. Then you have to learn. So when I came into production, I was always asking questions. So I was on a quest to know why this visual image was better than this visual image. And that got me into studying and learning about motivating yourself to always get things right. Make sure your work is up to standard. It resembles anything else across any other platform across the world. The second thing is it must have your identity. It must have your strong cultural identity.
Hello and welcome to the Literary Bar. How are you? And what have you been up to? The fuel situation is still hard on Nigerians, and I join my voice with the rest of my fellow Nigerians in pleading with the government to palliate this harsh situation. Well, I have a very mysterious guest today, and I'll ask him for a remedy. Hopefully, he will assist in his revelations. So stay put at the Literary Bar, and you'll enjoy this conversation. Go grab your cup of tea or any drink of your choice and join me after the break. My heart goes out to the people of Borno State over the terrible flood that was made worse by the overflow of the Alao Dam on the 9th, 10th of September. It's so disheartening to see the good people of Borno State being displaced by the raging floods occasioned by the torrential downpour. Men, women, children look confused over the sad turn of events. Cars and household properties are floating about, and some houses are sadly submerged in a watery grave. As if all this were not enough to devastate the community, some wild animals, crocodiles, snakes, have unwittingly been released from the enclosed spaces in the zoo in this deluge. Insecurity in Maiduguri got a boost as convicted criminals also escaped because of the flood. We send our love and support to the people of Borno. It was nice to see the Vice President Shettima wading waist deep in the flood to identify with his home base. And I trust that their action governor, Babagana Zulum, will be in the forefront of rehabilitating the victims of this flood. It's interesting to know that 30 years ago, almost to the day on the 13th of September 1994, a Alao Dam burst, displacing 400,000 families in Maiduguri. And as of today, it's over 1 million people that have been affected. So really, I send you my love and support from the Literary Bar. Coincidentally, the 16th of September is World Ozone Day as declared by the United Nations. The theme for 2024 is Ozone for Life. It calls our attention to the climate change and our responsibility in making intentional and sustainable changes about how we relate with our environment. So let's protect the environment by doing the right things. Deforestation is happening as people are resorting to cutting more trees for firewood as the cost of gas and kerosene has gone up. We should use cleaner energy, recycle, reuse. Also, let us use more eco-friendly products and avoid ozone-depleting substances. This responsibility is personal, and also it needs government support through policies that will protect the environment. When we come back, you will meet my guest, whom I call an African man of mystery. He wrote a captivating article on Ebo, as it is central to his practice as a Babalawo in Ifa divination system. In 2008, UNESCO placed Ifa on the list of masterpieces of oral and intangible heritage of humanity. Ifa divination system, with its 256 Odus or Odu Ifa, looms larger than the derogatory label of paganism, and its adherents are no longer cowering in the back rooms. Young and old, educated and liberal, Africans are carving an indigenous path to God because they are no longer satisfied with the received Middle Eastern religion of Christianity and Islam. I want you to suspend judgment for the next hour and keep an open mind as you listen to this modern and young Babalawo. So see you after the break. My guest today is a well-educated professional, Chief Oketola Olamilekan Mudashiru, the Otualashe of Isheri Olofin in Awori land. He's also the secretary within Ijo Alagemo of Isheri Olofin. He's an entrepreneur and holds a BSc in Business Administration from Lagos State University, LASU. His focus is on management science. Chief is also deeply ingrained in African tradition and culture, serving as an intermediary between humans and orishas. How he's able to do this, he'll tell us. Because at the bar today, we're honored to have a Babalawo in our midst. Chief Oketola will lift the ignorant veil that shrouds Ifa in mystery. I found this article on Ebo rich and enlightening, and it has implication on how we conduct our interaction with the orishas and the Olodumare. Aboro Aboye, Chief. Okay, you are welcome to the literary bar.
Saying Aboro Aboye already has, captured everything, every greetings.
Okay, it's an education for me as well. I want to say something quite interesting before we get into this. So, my name is Dibia, all right? Chinedu Dibia. And I grew up with people always trying to poke fun at the fact that my name is Dibia, because Dibia in Igbo land means native doctor. Okay. And everybody used to make fun that, oh, this person is a Babalawo. My dad was an engineer. So, and at a point we got worried, should we carry on with this name, with all the Christian things going on around? And my father said, no, your name is your name and you have to be proud of it. And I grew up being really proud to be a Dibia. I'm still and always will be a Dibia. But I'm happy today that I'm presenting a real life Dibia, but Babalawo as it's called in Yoruba.
Wow.
So
it's my honor being here. It's my honor.
Thank you. Thank
I'm really
you.
Honored. And that name Dibia, it looks interesting.
It is.
And it even sounds more interesting, more, spilling out from your mouth.
Yes,
because it's more like African.
Yes, it is.
As beautiful as you are. Why did you change your name from Dibia to something, Western?
Never. I will never change my name. So that brings me to our conversation. What is Ifa, first of all, before we go into the Ebo?
Okay. Thank you very much. I would have loved to, do this in that Ifa's language.
Go ahead, but you just tell me what it is. Go ahead.
Okay. Ṣeun, mo kí gbogbo ará lé, orúkọ mi ni Babaláwo. Mo yà sí ọ̀nà Ifá ní kòpẹ́kòpẹ́ bí abẹ́ ọdún kẹẹ̀ẹ́dógún sẹ́yìn. I became a Babalawo probably 15 years ago. No. So when you say Ifa, Tabani Ifa, Ifa ni ọ̀rọ̀ Olódùmarè. Ifa is simply put the word of God.
The word of God.
Yes, ma'am.
Olodumare. Okay, Olodumare and the Orishas, are they what are Orishas to Olodumare? Are they the same as God and his angels? And Olodumare and Orunmila, are they the same? Because I don't know if they're interchangeable.
They are not the same. Thank you very much. Let me pick the first question first. We said, what are Orishas?
Yeah.
Orishas are not angels.
Okay.
They're not angels. When you say Orisha, let me just, it's a Yoruba name. Understand? And whatever you say in Yoruba must have a meaning. You understand? You know, when you go to the market, you know, or you want to buy tomatoes, you know, there are some that are, you know, they are in whole, they are in handy, and there are some that are being affected a little bit. They call those Esha. You understand? So when you say Asha, Lesha, any Orishada, you know, something that is created with specialty, that has a special creation. That is what Orisha is called.
Okay.
And it can get through them, or from them get to God.
Okay, like the person. But let's go back, because
Orisha,
every time I hear
like
Orishas come up with when people are talking about Ifa, say, oh, the Orishas and all that. But what's an example of an Orisha in the Ifa divination system?
Okay, thank you very much for that question. You know, as I said earlier, that Orisha are special made from God. They are special made. They are the first on earth. They are the first on earth, yes, if I'm not wrong. And there is an Ifa that supports it too, which I will tell you.
Okay.
You understand? So, the Orishas, Igba Akonleru Orumole, you understand? Those are the Orishas. While they are coming from, when they want to come to the earth, they are like the messenger of God.
The messenger.
They are sent.
So, okay, I hear you say God and this. Where is Ifa in this? Is Ifa a religion?
Okay. Ifa is not religion, but it contains religion.
Okay.
Ifa is not science, but it contains science.
All the 256 Odus of Ifa, it's science, but it's not religion.
It contains science, but it's not science.
So what is it?
Ifa is everything.
Everything could be nothing if we cannot pinpoint what it is.
It's because you don't learn it. That is why it is nothing. It is nothing because you didn't see it.
Okay.
Once you understand it, it's something. Nothing becomes something when it is understandable.
This is heavy philosophy, because in philosophy they'll say you don't know anything. At the end of your life, you come and realize you don't know anything.
Thank you.
But you're a Babalawo. Are you a Babalawo to nothing? If Ifa is nothing, are you a Babalawo to nothing?
I'm not saying Ifa is nothing.
Okay.
Ifa is everything. I said it's everything. But it is nothing because you don't understand it. As it is now.
Oh yes. By the way, we have
Okpele.
We have the Okpele.
Yes.
Before us. So Okpele has everything here is the Okpele, even with this extra.
Yes. Those are like the messenger of the Okpele. That is how, you know, the messages, it's convey messages through them.
So as a Babalawo, you have to go and learn. You have to learn this. It just doesn't happen.
It doesn't.
Like the pastors, you have to go to pastoral school. This is how you come across.
More like that, ma'am. You know, that was why I said it's was nothing because you don't understand it. But once you got closer, then you know it is everything.
So how do we, okay, you know that we have this issue of us being brainwashed. You know, if people from the African traditional religion would say that Africans, during our colonization, we were brainwashed as we accepted the Middle Eastern religion of Christianity and Islam. And then our own traditional religion seemed to have no place. It was moved to the back. So how would you tell somebody who thinks that this is paganism, some mystical thing that they won't understand? Because I will not be able to understand if you tell me it's everything and then, yes.
I understand you.
Yes.
Now, actually, if it's the word of God, as I said earlier.
Okay.
And you only understand the word of God when you learn it or you have the vibe to understand it.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you know, if somebody tell you, I beg, it's nothing. But when you understand how huge that thing is,
mm-hmm.
then you understand what it is.
Okay, let me start this by asking you again. How did you get involved in this? Because I know you were born, you were religious half-caste because Muslim mother, Christian father. So how did you end up?
It's the other way around.
Okay, Muslim
father.
Muslim father, Christian mother. So religious hybrid half-caste. How did you come to this?
Well, you know, naturally, firstly, I would say everything in life is predestined. But mind you,
mm-hmm.
you might not attain that your destiny if you didn't work for it.
The Kadara.
Yes, ma'am.
I've watched enough African magic to know.
It's African magic that you understand.
We will get there. We'll get there.
Because somebody that is predestined to be rich and just come to this life and there is this nonchalant attitude take over him and, you know, sit down that I've heard I will be rich. Please, you might not.
Oh, wow.
You might not, yes.
So even if it's your kadara or your destiny,
yes,
you
yes.
have to work for your
not,
destiny.
Not every premonition that comes to reality. Not every premonition.
A premonition is not your destiny.
Yes, you know, somebody might just give you a kind of, you know, how do you say it? Okay, by this, okay, even a pastor might just give you this prophecy. Let me say prophecy instead of a premonition. Let me say prophecy.
Okay.
Every prophecy doesn't come to reality, you know. If you have been prophesied to become rich, and every day you might not. Like some okay, don't let me go there. So when you say me, talking about me, I grew up with my father. May his soul rest in peace. He is anymore. He happens to be a Muslim. He was an Halaj. You know, though naturally it was my grandfather that I lived with most of my life. So while there I was a Muslim. I was, you know, my name was Mudashir. I was going to mosque. I knew nothing. I knew nothing about Ifa or whatever. So while there, I was growing up, and I later on, at the end of my later days, met my mom. I think I was in GS3 or so. So I met my mom. I went to her side, and she was a Christian. We started this church. Should I mention the name?
Go ahead. It's your church.
I think CMCM, Christ Miracle Church Mission.
Okay.
At Yasuno Crescent, I think. So they moved from Oregon down to that site. They bought the site. So I was part of them. I was going to church. I was very, you know, I understand. It was so, you know, church is like more like fun.
Not all churches. But
no, they want. It was much as fun. Even the prayer was fun. You understand? So I was going to church. So while I went out, or let me say, we moved from Oregon back to Okwaba. My mom husband, you know, was dead then. He was demised. So we moved from there down to Okwaba, and that was where I met another version of life. So it was this Okwaba that even my boss, my mentor, I didn't even know him, not until, I think something happened. Yes. Something happened that led me to him, that connected us. Though I've become an initiate, I've been to Igbodu. That Igbodu is where you become, you have, you know, as in, you know what your taboo is.
Igbo, is that a spiritual place or a physical place?
It's a physical place.
Okay. Is it in Lagos or where? Okay. Initials
like
won't
that.
know it.
Not like that.
Okay.
It's like, you know, in Ifa there are stages to things. There are stages. And like now, let me say your Olugo. Your Olugo is like somebody that you seek refuge. You understand?
Okay.
Like me now, I'm an Olugo to some people.
Okay. But what led you to this?
That's what I'm trying to say. Let me say my intuition. You understand? I'm somebody that likes to know things. If I discover this is another thing, I covet it.
No, you were happy in church.
I was.
And then somehow you've become an Ifa worshipper. What happened?
I think somebody said something to me the other day. Said, "Why are we going to church, demonizing the traditionists, and going at the back door to meet them?"
Yeah.
I think that's what happened. That's a scenario of my mom.
Okay.
My mom was going to church, would take me to the back door.
To consult a Babalawo.
A Babalawo.
Yeah, that's what is called a syncretism, when people mix up two different religions.
So from there, I started getting closer, and something happened. Something struck me. Though I've had my Ifa, because I had then that if you go and do Itefa, you become rich. It just
what is that?
Now.
Itefa.
Itefa, yes. Itefa is another concept on its own.
It's part of Ifa.
It's part of Ifa, yes.
So if you go and do it, is this like Ogunwo?
No.
Okay.
No. I think we should let people understand this now.
Yes.
Because this is Itefa.
Okay.
It's another title on its own.
Right.
Yes. Itefa is like, you know, you consulting with the spiritual realm to know more about yourself.
Okay.
To know what's your purpose on earth. To know what your do's and don'ts.
Okay.
The kind of food you eat.
Okay.
The kind of drinks.
When you say the kind
what
of
will
food,
kill you?
Is it allergy? Is it?
It's more like an allergy.
Okay. Spiritual allergy or
Either
medical?
Both spiritual, medical. You know, I said something that, you know, as I am here, I'm not just to me. The chief Okitola or Babala Okitola that you see, it is not this spirit. It's inside. It's inside.
The spirit.
It is the spirit.
Yes.
This body is just here to cover the spirit.
Okay.
That is why I can sit down here.
So you move from your mom going through the back door to talk to Babalawos and all that. You know, when you say that, if you look at the average Nigerian, they have marks all over their body.
Okay.
For maybe they've gone to visit and they put some medicine in their body. They put a mark, rub some medicine in there. So most Nigerian, and they get it through this backdoor consultation of a traditional this thing. Yeah. So maybe they say a child is very sickly, so they have to do some marks and infuse the medicine inside.
I understand.
They put some in the forehead and all that.
I understand.
And so when you say, how do you get this mark? They just say, you know, so that is part of, you know, what you explained that your mom did. Yes.
Not really.
Okay.
You know, just because I am into Ifa now, and I'm so deep in it.
Yes.
I'm already a Babalawo.
Yeah.
She understands. So it gives me an insight on so much.
Okay.
Even the known and the unknown.
Okay.
She understand. So what you said now about, you know, making some incisions is like your science.
Your what?
It's like a science.
Science.
Yes, it's a science in Ifa, you know. It's something that tackles the spirit. Maybe the child is seeing some spirits. You understand? So there are some concussions that will be made.
Like an emery?
More like that. Thank you very much.
Okay.
So that will stop the child from seeing the spirits.
I'm learning plenty from this African magic.
They made their research too.
Okay.
But it's only that they bastardize the Babalawos much.
We will come to that. So I still want to get to the part where you now move from managing Christianity and Ifa, and then now openly declaring to become an Ifa follower.
The funniest part is that, you know, when I was with my mom, I later decided to be a Muslim.
Oh, back again?
Yes, back again. And even at a point in time, I was, you know, each time I think it all depends on how spiritual you are.
Will I say that you're confused?
I wasn't confused.
Because
I wasn't.
You went from Muslim, Christian, back to Muslim?
No, I was only going to church because of my mom.
Okay.
It's not that I believe in church or I have this kind of connection with them. No. Though I don't rebuke any religion. All religion is religion based on your belief. You understand? Even our constitutions support it. You understand? So, but my mind and everybody that knows me knows that okay, this guy is a babalawo, is a Muslim, and I bear the Muslim names. It's only my mom. Even at the point that my mom decided to let me go, so she didn't force it. No, she didn't even flog it.
At what? I know you're still quite young. At what age did you now fully say, okay, Ifa is the way for me?
Okay, at a certain age where I discovered that I need spiritualism. Yes. At a certain age, well, I discovered I need to connect with God directly. Don't let our viewers listen to that, because it's something that, you know, has to take a lot of years for you to connect.
No, it's fine. We're spirits, like you said.
I was only joking.
God is a spirit. And then the Christians, are very open with their Holy Spirit.
Okay.
And so if Ifa, you encountered Ifa, and it helped your spirit to be at one with God, we thank God. How do you say hallelujah in Ifa?
Adukwe.
Adukwe, yes, Adukwe to Ifa. But seriously, did you encounter any sort of resistance, the people around you, when you openly declared to become a Babalawo? It's such a heavy name. And I will say that the heaviness is due to maybe pop culture, because everywhere we look, Babalawos are not very good people. They're really not nice. They have this very scary house of horror, you know, with all those statues and things they have to feed blood to all the time. And again, this comes from what we see in the movies. How is that acceptable to the Ifa movement when this is the only picture, the sustained picture that we see of Babalawos and Ifa?
Thank you very much. This particular thing you say, this statement has been the order of the day. And I think we Babalawos have been stigmatized by that, you know. People run away from Babalawo openly, but go to the back door when they have problem. You understand? Okay, I run a little shop, frozen food shop, and that shop is even my mom's. It has been existing for the past 30 years now, and I still continues with it. So you can know how, you know, the business management in me exists. It sustains.
Yeah. You're a graduate of business.
So, and I have other outlets too. I understand that I manage. So the funniest part is that I haven't decided to be a Babalawo. It's not even me that decided to be a Babalawo. It is the spirit in me that told me you're a Babalawo. My Odu Ifa, as I said, when you go to Itefa, a Odu will be of your own, your personal Odu. Out of the 256 Odu will be your own personal Odu.
There's one you recited for me.
I haven't recited it. My personal Odu.
Okay.
There are so many Odus in Ifa, you understand?
Okay.
So, but my personal Odu has never been recited. My Odu is Owanrin Dagbon.
Okay.
Owanrin Lotun, Ogundalosi.
Okay. Is there any Odu you can just share with us?
My Odu, I've just shared my Odu now.
No, general Odu. So Odus have to be personal. You can't just have.
It can be general.
Okay.
I've met people that owns my Odu too.
Okay.
That bears my Odu.
Okay.
You understand? But our taboos might not be the same.
Before we go and break, I'd want you to just share one Odu. Let's see how this works, or tell us something a bit about what's before us, the So join us after the break, and then we'll see a practical demonstration from the Babalawo.
owó àbẹ náà mo tó sílẹ̀. ẹ̀rù tó bá dì mú lọ fèsì. ọmọ ní nǹkan ojú ẹ̀ lọ. owó àbẹ náà mo gbé sílẹ̀ ní gbàrà mo gbé kúrò lórí ẹ̀. àwòfẹ́ àwòdó ṣàgbéyàn òkú ẹ̀sìn.
Oh, how time flies. But fret not, because there's a part 2 of this exciting and insightful episode of Literary Bar continuing next week.
Hello, welcome to Timeless Conversations today. My guest is a gentleman who is an epitome of altruism. All the while that I've known him, he has always done stuff just for the common good of everybody around him. In fact, to the extent that I see him as Dr. Selfless. I said Dr. Selfless because he's a medical doctor by training. Please welcome with me Dr. Dokun Adedeji. He prefers to be called Dokun Adedeji.
That's right.
Welcome.
Thank you very much.
We also call him Papa. Now, let's talk about you as the person. As much as possible, I will make you talk about things you don't want to talk about. You don't like being the focus. But how would you not be the focus when you are the firstborn of your family?
Yeah, truly I'm firstborn, but sometimes the firstborn also can be silent in the sense that others outshine him or something. But I've lived my life like this. My kid brothers and sisters looking up to me again, and also my parents having so much trust and confidence in my leadership ability over my kids. And I think that has helped me in other things that I've done or been able to do.
Okay. Your family is from Igbarodo. No, Igbaroke.
Yes.
In Ondo State.
Yes.
Were you born there?
I wasn't.
But you also have a very strong connection to Igbarodo.
Oh, yeah.
Igbaroke.
You know, the thing, when my father retired and we were living in Lagos, after a while he got tired of living in Lagos, he moved to Igbaroke and then my mother joined and they were living there until they died. So we had no choice than to keep visiting them until my mom died some months ago.
Yes.
So, and they have their house there, which is still there. And we're also close to some of the things they do there. And the current Oba, we're also close to him. So in a sense, because of my parents, we had to be going regularly, and that was how I got a bit close
to Tigbaroke. Now, but let's talk about your family life, your early childhood. What did your dad and your mom do that was useful, helpful in turning you guys out the way you have turned out?
You know, I like that because I'm beginning to see the effect of how we were brought up and what they did on our own current lives and the way we are trying to live our family lives. My father was a banker until he retired during the Murtala Muhammad, some funny things, as we learned. And then my mom actually did not work because my father said her responsibility was us. And she also took it like that until when she decided to work, then she was doing just some trading, got involved in a lot of things. So she had time to be with us. My father too managed to find time to go. And banking then is not like today. It's like cutthroat and then all kinds of stuff. My father still had time. So whenever he came back, I remember in those days, we would sit down as a family, we were talking generally about things. And those things that we used to talk about had been some sort of the things that have guided the way we all have grown up. About values, about systems, about how people should connect with other people and how they connected with us and how we saw them connecting with just ordinary people.
Okay. So what was the decision to send you to school back in, that was Ado-Ekiti?
I remember.
were you that stubborn?
No, I wasn't. You see, we were living in Lagos. I did all my primary school and all those in Lagos. And my parents felt that they wanted me to have a kind of rural background with education being the primary focus and also the Christian nature of it. So I did a variety of exams, I passed them. When I now decided I was going to go to some particular, they said, sorry, you are going to Christ School at Ado-Ekiti. And I think it was the best choice for me as well.
Okay.
And living Lagos, the glamour of Lagos and all the rascality, to then go to Christ School, that was backwater kind of a thing. And then, although again, I got there meeting some friends of mine who also came from Lagos with the same parental leaning that we want you to go somewhere and learn about other people, other things aside from Lagos.
Okay.
So it was fun.
What did that do to you? Apart from the fun aspect of it.
No,
being away for the first time?
Being away for the first time was tough. I remember the first time that we were on holiday, I was to come home. I think my dad couldn't send someone to pick me or something, so I had to come by public transport or something. So for me, it was jarring, never done that before. And also what it helped me to do was to meet a lot of people from different backgrounds. And in those days, it doesn't matter whether we were Christian or not. I mean, I met all kinds of people. And also, it allowed me to settle into education and also gave me the opportunity of going to some extracurricular things that had built my life today. It was a very good experience for me.
So, what led you to decide to read medicine?
To read medicine? To be honest with you, and I try to be as modest as possible. I was good in all the subjects. I was very good. I was one of the best in my class, in my school at the time. So for me, and again, you know those days, if you were not a doctor or a lawyer or an accountant, and truly, if I didn't read medicine, I would have read law.
Okay.
And so I decided to read, and again...
So it wasn't like your dad insisted you were to read? Because, you know, it was like in those days, they would say, this is what you read.
You see, I think my family had been lucky with the kind of parents we had. None of us was mandated or corralled to read a particular, it was by choice. And I think some of the things that guided me, I remember when we were living in Ibadan, and I was to make a choice. I remember my dad's friend, two of them very well. One was Professor Femi Williams. He was pathologist in UCH. And then I was Professor Shofora, who was also in UCH. And they were my dad's very close friends. They used to come. And I saw Professor William. I remember him very well. He would wear black trousers, white short sleeve with a black bow tie. And I liked that. He was very well, I'm very intelligent man. And from school, I passed all this. I just said I was going to read medicine.
So you wanted to become another Femi Williams?
In a sense, in terms of the way it was sartorially presented and very intelligent and very professional.
You also dress very well too, sure you know.
Oh, I thank you.
Yes.
No, people say that, but
yes.
It's just by nature, I like to be simple, but I like to be, I'm very meticulous about the things that I do, even dressing, even writing, whatever I do. So people find a bit of trouble with that. I was too particular about things, but it's just my nature.
So it's been how many years since you left Ife? I mean, yes, since you went into
medicine.
Medicine, yes.
I left medical school, I think must have been about 38 years now.
Yeah, that's almost 40 years.
Oh, yes.
Yes.
And I practiced medicine for quite a while until I got tired, and whilst I was in Cadbury. So, and incidentally, you know, things sometimes work in ways that you don't understand, but that you desire. After being in medical practice as a medical director in Cadbury, then I was getting tired of medicine. I said to myself, I would rather do something else. So in the process, Cadbury then had an issue. And then the MD, then a white man, thank God for white men, I mean for this reason, he called me and said, we talked about something in the company because of the issue. All the directors had gone, and they want me to move to human resources, to head human resources. I said to him, hey, I'm a doctor. So he said, no, we know. But we know that you can do it. We will give you all the practical background that you need, experience, and then we put you. So he said, okay, they'll come in, let me have an interview with the other directors who are white too. I keep mentioning the white thing because I'm not sure if the MD was black or Nigerian, whether they'll give me that opportunity.
That's a deep one.
Honestly.
We will interrogate it.
Oh, please, let's do. You know why I'm saying so?
Yes.
This was a man, they brought him because he had retired, they brought him from the UK.
Okay.
Wallace Galland. I remember his name very well. Cadbury had problems, some white people had come on the board. Alistair was there, Mike was there, and I think, and also Wallace. So he walked to my office, actually in the clinic. He had been looking for me, I wasn't there. So then he came, he shut the door and said, Doko, I want us to have a chat. I said, what is it? He said, we've been thinking about something I've discussed with them in headquarters in Birmingham. We want you to become the head of HR. I said, look, I'm a medical doctor by profession. He said, we know, but we have seen things in you that can make you that make us believe that you can handle it. So, but he said, what they will do then is try and give me practical background and all this and all the training required. I said, okay. And he said, I will think about it, that he will call me. So he got back to me, he called me and said, will I be available for an interview on Friday?